Good afternoon, honorable members. Honorable members, just before we begin, I want to thank the honorable member for Southern Shores and persons from the Ministry of Works for correcting some issues that we had yesterday. In particular, I want to thank JT Unique Construction, who came yesterday evening and corrected some issues that we had with some of our window shutters that resulted from the real strong winds coming in off the coast. And I thank you because I can tell the difference. It's quiet now and we don't have the vibration, particularly of that camera 5, as a result of the banging of the shutters on the frame of the window. So I want to thank the Minister Campbell and Minister Bannister, and in particular JT Unique Construction, for making the repairs without cost to the Bahamian people. Honorable members, when the business of this House suspended for the luncheon break, the honorable member for Carmichael was in the middle of his contribution. The chair now recognizes the honorable member for Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to once again recognize and thank Emmanuel Missionary Baptist Church for protecting me with my face mask. Speaker, I also want to thank you for your kind words on adjournment today. All of us can learn, and all of us, and I try very hard to listen and to learn. Thank you. Speaker, when we adjourned for lunch, I was beginning to speak about Grand Bahama. Grand Bahama has had a number of challenges over the past few years. And so it was an honor for us to be able to look at how we could make a difference in Grand Bahama. And one of the things we do is the work that we do, we hope will also, in addition to improving the community, help uplift spirits. And so on February 11th, we were in Grand Bahama looking at the completion of the Holmes Rock School. And to give credit where credit is due, Holmes Rock was started under the former administration. The challenge is that the way the contract was divided in two, I've spoken about that before, so convoluted, that has caused tremendous amount of delays. Because one person was given one half of the school to do, the other one was given the other half, and they had to overlap in the electronic and other works. It made no sense. But we're grateful that the contractors are working through that. We expect that by the end of the year, that school is going to be completed. Speaker, we also had an opportunity to look at the government complex that's being built there, which has some challenges also. It looks like it's going to be an outstanding complex. Again, that started in controversy with members opposite, and we hope that the developer is going to be able to complete it shortly. What we have done, Mr. Speaker, is make a number of investments in critical structures in Grand Bahama. The first one being the Garnet Lavardi building, which is the courtrooms. And when we went to look at the work that had to be done at the courts were in terrible shape. They were built with flat roof, and the engineering was challenging. Air conditioning on the roofs, water was coming into all the courts, into the chambers of the judges. It made it very unpleasant for judicial officers to get their work done. We're pleased to see that most of that work is finished and the courts are able to resume their work appropriately in Grand Bahama. The other thing is the General Post Office in Grand Bahama, which was really, really in horrible shape for many years. That General Post Office, Mr. Speaker, the work is ongoing there. And I want to say that the government is investing some $3.1 million to ensure that that General Post Office lives up to its purpose. When that work is finished, that post office is going to be very, very special. It's going to be a very special building in Grand Bahama. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, and you would have heard the member for Pine Ridge mention it, the roadworks. The government has put some $7 million aside initially to be able to start roadworks, much needed roadworks in Grand Bahama, critically needed. We're able to see some of that roadworks in the East End. We've seen in the West End how the bridges are being cleared, preparation for works. There's a tremendous amount of work. We know that $7 million is not going to be sufficient, but we believe that it is going to be a wonderful start for roads that may not have been paved, many of cases over 20 years, well over 20 years. 40 years? Okay.
40 years.
But certainly, we want Grand Bahama to know that the government is committed to ensuring that they have the most modern of infrastructure. There was a time when Grand Bahama was considered the most modern place to live in our country, and we intend to once again raise Grand Bahama to that type of standard. I was saying to the member for Pine Ridge that he must have been a very effective MP because most of the major investment the government is putting in Grand Bahama, some of it is in this constituency. And I believe that the money that we've spent in Pine Ridge is more than we've spent in any other single constituency. Mr. Speaker, we are going to continue to look at
7,001.
so,
Point of order.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Pine Ridge on
Yes,
a point of
thank
order.
you. Yes, point of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Carmichael and I want to thank the government once again for what they do. But just for the record, I just didn't want that to stay on the record. The fact is that the courthouse, the hospital, the post office, the police station, the fire station, all of the governmental complexes are in Pine Ridge because, as you know, Pine Ridge is the cosmopolitan, metropolitan area of Grand Bahama. It is the heart of Grand Bahama. And so all of the government complexes, so you couldn't put it no place else because everything else doesn't exist in those areas except in the heart of Pine Ridge. But I thank the government, especially for the roadworks. I thank you so much for what you've been doing. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Just this one. I just got one.
Speaker, I thank the member. Speaker, I thank the member from the cosmopolitan, metropolitan area of Grand Bahama. The reality is that it's been long run down. And a caring government is going to ensure that we have
We're caring, right?
that we get those works done.
Hey, Mark? Mark, we're caring government, aren't we? Answer the question, Mark. Answer the
So, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to say to Grand Bahama that you've seen the roadworks going on, and we know that in the next budget period we're going to have to allocate more funds for it. But we intend for it to be an ongoing process because Grand Bahama deserves it, and that cosmopolitan, metropolitan area particularly really deserves whatever the government can do for it.
Mark, you see what you listen?
Mr. Speaker, on February 19th, I had the honor to travel with the Most Honorable Prime Minister to Bimini, and the new minister behind me in our constituency. We are building a number of new airports in constituencies and islands, but the airport in Bimini is going to be the product of a public-private partnership. To get ready for what is going to happen, the explosion that's happening is going to happen in Bimini. Expect explosion of tourism that will happen in Bimini. As soon as we get through these lockdowns and COVID-19 challenges. The government has invested $6 million in building new runways for the Bimini Airport. And so Bimini is going to be able to, the Bimini Airport is going to be able to take just about any type of commercial airliner that can come there. It's going to be an opportunity for the Bimini community to be able to continue to prosper. We've had a look at the investments that are going on there, and Bimini looks like it is going to be set as soon as we get out of these lockdowns, as soon as we get out of this worldwide pandemic. Bimini, the economy in Bimini looks like it is going to be have tremendous prosperity. And one of the things that really has made a difference is an offer that the most honorable Prime Minister has made with respect to residents being able to paint their homes. There's a private investor who has agreed to ensure that there is sufficient paint to paint every house in Bimini. And the Prime Minister has unveiled an employment initiative in Bimini. And so we expect that when the runway is finished, the airport is starting, the hotel is operating, investors are coming in, and Bimini is going to probably be one of the most picturesque communities in our country. Speaker, just this past weekend, we were able to go into Great Harbor Key and the Berry Islands. And again, I'm losing count, but I think this is probably the fourth airport we're building and the fifth overall, just for this time around. Speaker, the airport in the Berry Islands is going to be the first airport built and finished in this country in many, many years, and it's a beautiful airport. For those who didn't see it, Mr. Speaker, this is a really very special airport that the people in the Berry Islands are going to have. The Prime Minister and I were able to tour it. It has all the modern facilities that you could have. And it is a start for, the Berry Islands is a unique place in terms of airline traffic. It attracts many private aircraft. When you go there in ordinary times, private aircraft are all around the place. And so we're building that new airport. The runways, we're building new runways in the Berry Islands. There's a challenge because the runways were very low. And I believe we are raising those runways. The government is going to invest, I think, some $5 million in the runways. The challenge with the runways is that at some points, I believe they're as much as 10 feet below what they should be. So they have to be raised considerably so that they can get the appropriate certification, international certification. But the government is committed to investing the funds in that airport. And as I indicated, out of the next budget, we have committed a little over $5 million to ensure that those runways in the Berry Islands meet certification standards. Mr. Speaker, we've also looked at the roads and at the dock. The government has committed to building a new dock in Great Harbor Key. It is a place where there is a tremendous amount of opportunity. Colleagues might be aware that right off Great Harbor Key is a little private island where many of the people work, where the cruise ships come in when they are operating. And it is going to be an opportunity for for those residents. It is very unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. It is very unfortunate that we are going to have to repave the roads in Great Harbor Key. Those roads were paved under the former administration less than 10 years ago. Ordinarily, roads should last us 30 to 40 years. The job that I saw done in the Very Islands is not at the standard that an FNM government would want. It is very, very disappointing. But I want to say to the people of the Very Islands that we got your back, and we're going to ensure that you have appropriate roads in Great Harbor Key. Speaker, something that really makes me excited, really makes me excited is next weekend, next Thursday of next week, being able to go home to Andros. We have Thursday the 18th, I want you to mark on your calendar, is Andros Day. Andros Day, Thursday the 18th. We're gonna land in South Andros, and we're gonna go and spend some time looking at this gym. Speaker,
Stage is coming, man. New wind is blowing.
Mr. Speaker, Soka will be there with us. That's all I gotta say. Soka's gonna be there. Speaker, the gym that we are building in South Andros was to be fair, was started under the former administration. The former administration started this gym just before the last elections. But they started with no plans, no idea as to how it was going to be developed. But when we came into office, we had to make a determination as to what was going to happen to this gym. And Mr. Speaker, we have developed the gym to a point where, when that is finished this year, that will be the best gym in this country.
New breeze is blowing in the south.
We got to even order elevators for it. So when Pine Ridge come to visit South Andros, you're going to get to rise up in the elevator. It is going to be an amazing gym. And an educator called me today during the lunch period and said I use iconic too much. It is going to be an amazing gym in South Andros, Mr. Speaker. And if you, Mr. Speaker, if you think you could still dunk, we might invite you to come along. There was a time when you were able to dunk, Mr. Speaker, so you may practice for when the gym is finished. Mr. Speaker, from South Andros, we're going to go into Lisbon Creek.
Taking hometown boy there too.
Oh, that is his constituency. Until Kenneth Smith comes here after the next election. Yeah, that's his constituency. Mr. Speaker, we are dredging this into Lisbon Creek. We're dredging it. The materials on the ground. We are rebuilding that dock where the mail boat comes in. So Lisbon Creek is going to be able to get all the boat traffic that it can accommodate. The government is investing almost $3 million into that project. And we have an outstanding young Bahamian, Stefan Newbold from Spanish Wells, who is doing the work. We've already, Mr. Speaker, opened the London Creek Bridge in Andros. But the afternoon of the 18th is going to be really special for me because we're going to Stanyard Creek, my home. And in Stanyard Creek, excuse me, I'm biased, is going to be the most beautiful bridge ever built in the Bahamas. Ever.
Mhm.
Speaker, for too many years, the last bridge was built, I believe, in the 1960s. It can't take traffic. It could fall in any time. The creek has been stopped up. When I was a boy, that creek used to be 12 feet deep and flowing. Now if you get it at 4 feet, it's something else. The creek is being dredged because it's a critical nursery for our fish. So the creek is being dredged, so the water is deep again. The creek is going to be open at the point where it's clogged up at Sandy Creek. It's going to be allowed to flow freely so that fish can come back in there the way they used to. And that bridge is going to be a very, very special bridge. So, Mr. Speaker, if anyone wants to see me shed a few tears, come on the 18th. Come on the 18th. Stanyard Creek, that's going to be the place to be. And when we finish at Stanyard Creek, Mr. Speaker, I want to promise right here, right now, that we're going to drive up to Nicholstown and see Ms. Lucy Evans. I believe her last birthday, she was 101. Ms. Lucy, we're coming to see you. We're going to come and hear you. And I just want to reiterate, the member for North Andros is listening very keenly. I want to reiterate, member for North Andros, that Red Base is a very, very special community. The Prime Minister has promised Red Base that he's going to ensure that their road is paved, and that road links Red Base with the rest of the world. And so, Lord Andros, you can be assured that Red Base is going to have their road paved. Speaker, I've already spoken about Ragged Island. On the 26th of March, we will be in Ragged Island, looking at the school firsthand. And, Mr. Speaker, tomorrow, there are a number of us who will be in Inagua. But the time to come in Inagua is on the 30th of April. Because on the 30th of April, the Prime Minister, if you think this school that we're building in Ragged Island looks special, the Prime Minister is going to unveil the plans for the school in Inagua. See, Mr. Speaker, when my term as Minister of Education was finished, we left funds in the budget. We left a plan for a school in Inagua, in your home. And 5 years went by and no school. But I'm going to tell you, sir, that we have the full plans for school in Inagua. We have my architects, my engineers have worked on it. And Inagua is going to have a very, very, very beautiful school, Mr. Speaker. We're also looking at the police station, which has some challenges. And we're also going to be able to look at the challenges that the roads are having in Inagua. So on the 30th of April, Mr. Speaker, will be a special time in Inagua. And I'm sure that at some stage you're going to come home and see what is happening down there, sir. Mr. Speaker, in the upcoming months, I will continue with plans to develop our family violence. And I will continue to discuss it with colleagues. I am especially looking forward to getting some things done in Mayaguana. Very shortly, we will announce plans as to what we are doing and how we will get down to Mayaguana. The amazing thing, Mr. Speaker, is the biggest lobsters I've ever seen come from Mayaguana. So I'm really looking forward to going to Mayaguana. Speaker, I will update the country more on infrastructural development in New Providence when we debate the budget in June. I want to now turn, Mr. Speaker, to a subject that has been the subject of some discussion in this place. It's been mentioned several times by members opposite in this debate. And unfortunately, I was not here when Either of them spoke. But I want to speak a little bit about BPL before I sit, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, the current leadership of BPL and BEC has been exemplary. And I thank and commend Chairman Dr. Moxie, CEO Hasty, and Chief Operating Officer Pratt, along with all the BPL staff who've made such a difference in the quality of life for us over the past few years. Speaker, please permit me at the outset to address certain unfortunate comments that were made during this debate. First, Mr. Speaker, 2 years now, I've been patiently listening to the member for Exuma as he makes allegations about BPL and obliquely about me. On each occasion, I raised points of order and relied on the integrity of my friend that similar comments would not be made again. But sadly, Mr. Speaker, he continues to make inaccurate and misleading comments from the floor of this House. In this debate, Mr. Speaker, the member made the following comments. And I wasn't here, but I'm quoting from the remarks that he gave to me. And if he did not make these comments, I'm sure he will say. This is the quote. This administration delayed and then reversed the planned modernization of Bahamas Power and Light by firing Power Secure with no strategic plan in hand. I carry no brief for Power Secure, but at least Power Secure had a detailed business plan. Then it allowed its own appointed BPL board to implode, firing it over its reported reluctance to disregard corporate and good governance rules, and then blaming BPL's failures on the old board. Speaker, the reason why we have sub judice rules is that we have to be careful what we say, because what we say may prejudice the fair hearing of matters before the courts. In this debate, the member for Exuma stated a conclusion on the critical issue that the court has to decide. The last time that Exuma made similar comments, I told him that if he did it again, I would respond. And I do so now, sir, because it's quite clear that my friend over there is doing it deliberately. In responding, Mr. Speaker, I will not stoop to this level by saying anything that breaches the rules, nor will I condescend to personal attacks. That's not my way, and he is my friend. But I am going to state 8 facts, Mr. Speaker. Fact number 1, not a single board member was fired. Fact number 2, the plaintiffs filed a lawsuit over 2 years ago. Fact number 3, it took them over a year to file their claim, which rules required to be filed within 14 days. Fact number 4, it took them almost another year before they amended their own defective claim. To put it in perspective, the lawsuit was filed on 12th of February 2019, and the plaintiffs re-amended claims, and that means that they had to amend their defective claim twice.
Honorable member.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I'm only speaking the facts. I'm not speaking any of the issues that the court has decided. These are the facts. Anyone who looks at the file can decide that.
I'm just concerned when you say effective.
Oh, the court has ruled on this, Mr. Speaker. They had to go to court. The court had to make decisions. The court had to require them to refile. These are all in the files. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker,
on the claim that is still before the court.
that last sentence I can withdraw.
Thank you.
Withdraw.
Chair recognizes the honorable member for Pine Ridge.
Speaker, point of order. Isn't this case still before the court? And then ordinarily, having sat under you and in this honorable place, we couldn't even get away with even basically a sentence of anything going on before the
No,
court.
no, honorable member for Pine Ridge. The rule is against speaking about concerning the merits of the case.
But isn't he a part of the case, though?
Hold on. I just mentioned to the member for Carmichael that he is not to offer any opinion on the merits of the case. Okay? The matter is still before the court. That is why I used the abundance of caution with respect to the issue yesterday. And someone raised the issue with respect to the member for Cat Island. You cannot speak to the merits of the case or the allegations in the case and give opinions on that.
I was just trying to figure it out because, I'm not the legal mind in here, but I thought that the minister is still a part of the case and he's the defendant in the case.
In other words, any comment that can be prejudicial to the outcome of the case is forbidden.
Okay.
Speaker, I withdraw the last sentence. Fact number 5, Mr. Speaker. My documents were filed promptly. I'm prepared to go to trial. Fact number 6. Fact number 6. And I have to answer the member. I've never blamed anything on the old board. I've leveled blame for the circumstances that Bahamians found themselves in directly on the incompetent PLP government, which after 5 years in office, left PPL in worse shape than they met it. Fact number 7. At this point in time, Speaker, and this is a fact, at this point in time, the people who sued me and made claims against me have several orders for costs against them. In other words, even though they sued me, they owe me money. They owe me money.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey and San Salvador on a point of order.
I'm constrained to point out. I know that the member is in battle over the matters before the court, and it's clearly coming out in the manner in which he is laying out what he terms to be defacts. We understand what defacts, but no doubt we all appreciate it being punctuated with views and expressions of what he thinks ought to be happening or not happening in the case. And we can see laced through all the facts. Say, well, this was filed on this date, this is amended, cost was awarded, all that. Those matters, no doubt, is a response to what is going on in the court. I would ask you to ask the member to review, because he's clearly crossing the line of the sub judice in my view. And I would invite you to have the member. I know he has to respond to the headlines that was in the papers recently. And yes, BPL is in battle despite what you may say. But I do know, as was spoken to by the member, right? By the member, we left the plan in place.
Failed plan.
Speaker, the only thing I'm going to say is that the orders are on the file, and anyone can check the file and see them. That's all. Fact number 8, Mr. Speaker. I've been trying for 2 years to get you all to stop this. 2 years. Speaker. Fact number 8. I do admit to happily saying goodbye to Power Secure.
Oh, yeah.
That was a group of members, of foreigners, that members opposite brought to the Bahamas and paid outrageous salaries, but got very little done. This is the document you referred to, and I'm gonna go through this document, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member,
Yes.
is that document a part of the evidence before the court?
No, Mr. Speaker. This document was laid in this house.
Late this house. This house is late.
Okay.
This was laid in this house, and I'm going to come to
You read
that.
that, Exuma?
You get paid by
You ain't read that.
you only can sell it to your mom. No, you're supposed to keep it on.
Mr. Speaker,
You ain't read that
You
document,
get paid by
Exuma.
The chair recognizes the member, honorable member for the Exumas and Ragged Island on a point of order.
Michael to finish his point before I interjected, but this looks like it's going to be lengthy. He began this by saying that the member for Exuma launched personal attacks.
no.
on him.
I said obliquely referred to me personally. I think you know what obliquely means.
I recall.
Yes.
I recall the member for Carmichael. Let me finish.
Let me read it again.
No. Let me.
No,
You could respond when I'm.
Let me read it again so you can
Let
understand
me finish.
what I said.
Let me finish.
May I read it again so you
No. Just let me finish. It's okay. I understand that the member is exercised about this matter. Just at the beginning, my recollection is that the member accused me of launching personal attacks on him. That's not something I would do. So I want to clarify that when I speak on the substance and the principles, and I would never launch personal attacks on the member for Carmichael. And I'm very happy for explanations always. I'm grateful that the member exercised maturity earlier today and answered questions. And I know that many of his colleagues can learn from this, Mr. Speaker. But I launched no personal attack on him. Absolutely no personal attack.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the explanation. I'm grateful for the explanation. As I said, I've been trying to get this to stop for 2 years. I've been doing it nicely for 2 years. Mr. Speaker, I listened in admiration for the exposition by Angliston on the aspirations of our founding fathers 50 years ago. We are thankful for the vision of our forefathers, and it's important to remember from whence we came. But sir, I beg to contrast that vision with the leadership of BPL under the PLP. Yes, Mr. Speaker, our founding fathers would have been outraged that under the PLP, Bahamians were not able to hold the top posts in that company in our own country. And non-Bahamians who did not have a clue they were doing were paid outrageous salaries for poor productivity. We're talking about $25,000 a month plus $6,000 housing plus 20-some thousand dollars for relocation fees, those kinds of things. That can't be part of Bahamianization. So, Mr. Speaker, their rhetoric about Bahamianization does not ring as being credible when put to the test. It is merely rhetoric to be repeated and then forgotten. Nobody on that side, Mr. Speaker, nobody on that side screamed when BPL's leadership was the former league. Nobody on that side screamed. And Bahamians could not apply for those top posts or be paid. Bahamians could not be paid anything close to what the non-Bahamians were paid. Over and above their salaries. And Mr. Speaker, you and I paid for them to live in luxury. This is the business plan that Exuma referred to.
You didn't read that, Exuma?
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador on a point of order.
You got a copy of that?
For this member to say that Bahamians were excluded from applying for any top posts during administration is a total untruth. And I'll ask him to, first of all, I'll ask him, I will ask him, does he talk about BDC? That's what he talk about, BDC. That's what he talk about. Yeah, that's what he talk about, BTC. I ask him to establish it, right? To establish that assertion, because it is an untruth. That's the first point I make, Mr. Speaker. The second point I make is that it was a management agreement. But a part of that, and you will see, if you look at the posts that were filled, he would note that those posts were filled, most of the posts were filled by Bahamians. They had no more than two expatriates in it. Today, or at least up to, I have to I'll check my sources, but I know that there are like 4 foreigners being managers, like in Illustra, Abaco, and at Clifton, right to this day, foreigners, and down below, not up here, as we speak, with managers. So what is that about? Right. So I'll get the names I'll get the names before he's finished. I just forgot to bring my laptop. I'll pull the names to you. I ain't get before.
Speaker,
Honorable member for Carmichael.
Only-
The member for Cat Island
yes.
has denied the assertion that no,
Yeah.
that,
Speaker,
I don't know if he said no Bahamians can apply. I thought he said no Bahamians are in position.
Speaker, what
Honorable
I
member for
said,
Carmichael?
what I said is Bahamians were not able to hold the top post in the company, in our own company. And then what I said is, and Bahamians could not apply for those top posts. I said Bahamians, the first thing I said is that Bahamians were not able to hold the top posts in the company. And then the second thing I said,
Because there was an evolution.
It was in the pipeline.
Eventually,
Mr. Speaker.
10 years, 20, 30, 40 years.
I have all the confidence in the will.
Honorable member for Carmichael, you may continue.
thank you, Mr. Speaker, thank you. Speaker, the only thing I'm going to ask the member, I have in front of me the salary. Tell me one Bahamian, the first salary was $25,000 a month, $6,000 housing, $3,833.33 monthly benefits, relocation, $23,637.55 relocation costs, travel and other costs, $27,322.46. If you could tell me one single Bahamian with BPL at that time who's making half of that, I will withdraw, Mr. Speaker.
One of the presidents.
That's only one, Mr. Speaker. I could go down to the others.
Sit down for a minute. Carmichael, sit down for a minute, please.
Mr. Speaker,
Carmichael, sit down for a minute, man.
Speaker, the second person,
Oh, Lord.
$23,750 a month.
Second person is Bahamian.
$23,700. You know, the Speaker, MP in here makes $28,000 a year.
1 month.
A year. This is the number, second person.
Let me get the calculation.
$6,000 a month for housing allowance. $3,833.33 for monthly benefits.
That's 32.
Okay? Travel and other costs. $33,985.36 travel and other. The Speaker, if you could show me a single Bahamian who made half of that, and that's only the second person in BPL, I'm okay. I withdraw.
Point number 1 is they couldn't start. Point number 2, they got
Point of order, Zuma.
But Mr. Speaker,
Get up and say it. Get up and say it. Don't just sit down. You can leave that on the record.
Point of order.
and Mr. Speaker, Bahamians run.
That's a temp to start with.
Point of order, man.
Mr. Speaker, this was tabled in this House maybe 2 years ago, so this is part of the records of the House. Speaker, Bahamians run BPL now.
We're trying to cut, you know, good
Damon.
Whitney Hasty. Whitney Hasty.
Honorable members, the member for Carmichael.
Whitney Hasty, a descendant of Athens, is the CEO.
Auckland's man. Auckland's man.
Donovan Moxley. Donovan Moxley, Ragged Island man, is the chairman. And Ian Pratt is the chief operating officer. And I'm not sure if he's a Long Island or South Andros Pratt.
Damon, through and through. Damon, through and through.
Speaker, Bahamians know them, and Bahamians trust them.
And we believe in them.
They didn't just come here on a foreign passport to make as much money as they could.
Take all the money out of the country.
So, Mr. Speaker, I'm all with Angliston. Founding fathers of our democracy. The founding fathers. And Angliston, I admire you for what you said. I'm not against you. I admire you. The founding fathers of our democracy. Speaker, you know, the challenge is Angliston and I have essentially the same birthday. And so we have the same birthday. So yeah. So she is one day younger than I am. As a woman, I don't want to say. As a lady, I want to say she's a day younger than me. Speaker. Okay, but the Speaker, I respect what she said about the founding fathers of our democracy.
Oh, yeah.
And they must now be pleased. They must now be pleased at the outstanding Bahamian leadership
Oh, yeah, BPL.
that the FNM has put in place.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Speaker,
Honorable members,
the founding fathers will not be pleased to know that Bahamians could not apply for a job. That was the issue that I raised, not what persons were making. You know, and that's the bigger, because you know, Mr. Speaker, Bahamians still want to know how much they paid foreign QCs to come here to prosecute Bahamians. Politicians, that's what they want to do.
Honorable
Right?
member, honorable member,
We want to know. I want them to withdraw that.
honorable member.
Withdraw the position that the PLP excluded Bahamians from applying for a job. That's what I'm talking about.
Honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador. It is inappropriate, honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, to introduce a new matter on a point of order.
We're talking with payments.
No, but you're introducing a new matter completely as not before.
Speaker, I beg to differ. We're talking with foreigners being paid. We're talking about foreigners being paid.
No, we are talking specifically about
Yeah, no, but
BPL.
foreigners being paid.
Honorable
I
member,
decided to raise the foreigners who are being paid, who they brought here to prosecute our Bahamians, for our Bahamian politicians. What you paid?
honorable member. I'm trying to. Let me put everyone on notice from this point forward. If you raise any matter that is not relevant to the matter before the Parliament today, I will expunge it. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Carmichael.
Speaker,
That's honest.
Speaker, yes. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Lottie Lutra, I want you to understand that when I spoke about the next House of Assembly, I only spoke about Felicia Knowles coming in as the next MP for Cat Island. I spoke about Jenny Isaac Dotson coming in as the next MP for Isuma. And I spoke about Kenneth Smith coming as the next MP for South Andros. I did not speak about the next leader for the opposition, the one who they kept silent, is going to have a chance now to speak. Speaker.
You can be by yourself, Bobby. Huh?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, our founding fathers would have been displeased that on the PLP watch, on their own admission, and I say on their own admission, because it's in the same plan that Exoma referred to, and I'm coming to this. On their own admission, load shedding was a common occurrence, and Bahamian businesses suffered from poor service. Exoma spoke about this plan. Yeah. I'm going to take you through the plan. I want you to read it. I'm going to read it for you.
David, how much more time?
Mr. Speaker, this is their plan, Mr. Speaker, that Exoma is so proud of. This is the plan.
45 minutes?
The chair recognizes the honorable member for the Exomas and Ragged on a point of order.
The member for Carmichael insists on putting words in my mouth. He quoted at the beginning that I said, the member for Exuma, I carry no brief for Power Secure. At least they had a plan. End of story. That's all I said. So I asked the member not to indicate whether I am proud or not. I simply said they have a plan, and I asked him not to put words in my mouth. I speak for myself around here.
Speaker, I unreservedly apologize to Exoma. He's not proud of this plan. He's not proud of this plan. Speaker.
Honorable members, the member for Carmichael has the floor.
Speaker, the next leader of the opposition has told me that I need to speak about Carmichael. And so I spoke quite a bit about Carmichael
Honorable
today.
members,
I just want to speak a little bit about this because, Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I listened yesterday while some things were said that I really was disappointed to hear said. I wrote this last night after I listened to that. I wasn't going to say any of this. But, Mr. Speaker, this is the plan that the Bahamian people paid over $900,000 for. This plan was written in 2015. 2015. Exoma, you know why? You know why I didn't follow the plan? This plan was confidential material, not to be distributed. From 2015, this was not distributed until the Free National Movement came to power and we tabled this in the House. The Bahamian people didn't know this existed. Speaker.
That's okay. That's okay. Come on.
Speaker.
What we didn't even know about the Bahamian people didn't even know about the
You
plan.
can't be saying that. You're not proud of.
1 minute.
Speaker, let me speak because
Go to the book, please. Put me over to the-
because I heard some comments yesterday about the FNM not following the plan and how effective they were and the rest of this. I'm going to take, Speaker, let me go to page 86.
Page 86.
In this plan, in page 86, they were talking about how long it would take to do various things. And remember, this is 2015. So if they were going to construct,
honorable members,
Speaker, I hope I can get some of my time back because I've lost quite a bit of time.
Man, you need to stop Stop being distracted. We get it. They gotta give back some time.
Don't worry, come on. They have to teach them little one. They have with this book.
Speaker,
Little one.
in 2015, they were advised that if they wanted to build a facility in Clifton for HFO, It would take them 14 to 16 months. Yes. One for LPG would be 2.5 to 3 years. One for LNG, 3.5 to 4 years. So this is in 2015, Mr. Speaker. So at least you'd figure when we came to power, something would have been done, right? One of them, they could have finished one. Yeah, Mr. Speaker. But they followed the plan. Speaker. Speaker, yesterday, the member for Cat Island made promises about solar energy. But my mother always told me a man is known by his deeds. He spent 5 years in office, overseeing our power off company, and did not create a single solar field to produce energy in this country. Not one. Not one. If he did, if any of y'all see it in any of your islands, when you're looking around, if you look around good, let me know. If there's one in Saudi Lutra that I didn't see, let me know. If I didn't see it. Okay. Speaker, the Bahamian people are not going to give him another chance. Not going to give him another chance. He had 5 years. Mr. Speaker, if I go to the plan, let me go to page. Speaker, as I indicated, I have a lot of respect for Angliston. And Angliston raised this issue with respect to alternative energy. And I had wanted to speak with her to share why you couldn't do certain things in the Bahamas. And the only one that really is something that's practical is solar. We don't have the geothermal. There's some challenges with respect to expenses that were the cost being more than it's worth. But no, they've all been looked at, and that's why I wanted to share. But in this plan, they spoke about solar installations for New Providence. And even with solar, they said because of the cost of the initial investment and other operational factors, a 40 megawatt solar farm is not economically viable investment for BPL in the near term. Total cost of the 155 acre field is 139 million, not accounting for land. Annual operations and maintenance costs are estimated at 0.56 million, not including the cost of spinning reserves. And it goes on and says, solar capacity would operate only at 24% load factor, and therefore could not contribute to BEC's system peak. So the solar in New Providence that people keep talking about is really not practical on this commercial scale. Sorry? We've done the studies. Right? No, I don't adopt what they say. We've done the studies. We are aware. We are aware. No, this is already in the records.
Chair recognizes the Honorable Member Feinstein on a point of order.
As the member is, I believe, adopting something and using it to establish a policy position of the government, I'm wondering if the minister could identify the document from which he is adopting this policy position, please, or one of the sources in this parliament momentarily, just a few minutes ago.
Speaker, this is the plan that PLP had in 2015 that they did not reveal to the Bahamian public, that they paid almost $1 million for, and that the Free National Movement had to table in this house, I think maybe 2 years ago. This is their document, and it is. I'm not adopting it. I'm speaking about the comments that were made yesterday by the member for Cat Island, and the comments that were made earlier with respect to Exuma.
Michael is my good friend, as he's always established in this parliament. But I think he is asserting a policy position. He referred to my comments about alternative energy, and I think he is responding to say that in New Providence, solar is not practical or pragmatic. And he read from a document as the evidentiary basis upon which he is corroborating his assertion. So I'm wondering if he could identify the document upon which he just read from that supports the policy position of the government as recently articulated.
The point I was making, if you listen to the context in which I spoke, was that notwithstanding what the member for Cat Island said yesterday, they had been advised many, many years ago of the unproductivity of solar in New Providence. And I'm glad for
Honorable
Agnes for
member
asking
for,
me to clear that up.
just a moment. Honorable member for Carmichael,
Yes.
can you just state the source of that document?
This is the PLP's plan, Mr. Speaker, at page 164. This,
Um,
Very disingenuous. And he's not being full and frank about it. He starts off by saying,
Misleading or something like that?
being more misleading. He started off by saying that we did nothing about solar. First of all, Mr. Speaker, if you check, we were engaged in solarization. First of all, I asked him to go and check the BIC building, office building that was built in Industrial Park. That is solarized. I asked him to go and check road traffic department. That was solarized. And we passed the legislation to ensure that there'll be what I call IPPs, independent power producers, through the solarization process. So the legislative framework was already there. We also empowered the regulatory body of ERCA to be able to give licenses and permission for the introduction of solar in private homes and anyone who would wish to produce it. So it is very disingenuous for a member to suggest that it's in place. Further, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of the Environment, Ken Dorset, was heavily engaged in this process. It became part of our energy plan. The published energy plan for the country spoke to solarization and making it 30% of our energy was supposed to be supplied by alternative energy by 2030. And that was the solarization component was a part of that. So, Mr. Speaker, the Anatole Road, there was a number of, we also was part of the Branson, Island Challenge on solarization and for the reduction of carbon emission. We engage in all of that. Mr. Speaker, for this member, I know that they're embarrassed. People are not worried about what we did or didn't do, People are concerned about what's going to happen to them in the future, how they're going to keep roof over their head, how they're going to feed their children tomorrow. We want to hear their plans about those things. That's what we want to know.
the chair recognizes honorable member for Carmichael.
Speaker, if you would permit me to read again what I said, I think it'll be important for Cat Island to appreciate what I said. Mr. Speaker, the member for Cat Island made promises about solar energy, but a man is known by his deeds. He spent 5 years in office overseeing our power company and did not create a single solar field to produce energy. He did not create a single solar field to produce energy. Not one. Speaker. Speaker, let me move on. Speaker, I just want members to know that I'm changing my support on the other side to the new leader. All right? Speaker, the member for Cat Island had the gall to speak yesterday about high energy rates. Has he forgotten that the rates were more than 30% higher when he was minister and had authority over BEC and BPL than they are now? Has he conveniently forgotten
The chair recognizes honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey and San Salvador.
Speaker. Right, the member continues to mislead. When we took office in May 2012, electricity rate was near 44 to 48 cents per kilowatt hour. When we left office in 2017, and before a what I call a runaway bull went into a China closet, the rate had been, if I may just look, I asked anyone, I continue to challenge anyone to look at their bill between in March, April 2012, look at their bill, March, April 2017, and they would note that the rate reduction had gone down by at least 40 cents. They would back down to 30, it was hovering between 31 and 33 cents per kilowatt hour. That's what the facts are, Mr. Speaker. And for this member to say that nothing happened, it's grossly misleading.
Me in order to stand up and make himself relevant in this debate. But he had his time. He had his time yesterday, Mr. Speaker. What I said and what he just confirmed is the rates were higher, 30% higher when he was minister than they are now. And they are, and he just confirmed it.
Oh my goodness. That's powerful.
Speaker, as he conveniently forgotten, the surcharge is more than 40% higher under the PLP. Has he forgotten the misery that the PLP inflicted on the payment people, high bills, unreliable power, and poor service? Speaker, despite the energy load increasing due to Bahamians being home in record numbers last year due to the pandemic, EPL provided reliable service without one single incident of load shedding.
It came at the right time.
For the first time, through a long hot summer in many decades. The Speaker, PLP recorded huge numbers of load shedding incidents at BPL under their watch in their $1 million plan, and it's itemized in here. It's counted, but did nothing to stop it. The Speaker, all they did was pray for new engines. And like Santa Claus, the FNM answered their prayers. Speaker, Davis batting BPL as blackouts go on. Despite 3 island-wide blackouts and frequent supply disruptions in the past few days, Deputy Prime Minister Philip Davis.
Honorable member.
This is the.
It's that state the source and the date.
This is the Tribune, Mr. Speaker. Monday, December 5th, 2016.
You're adopting?
Yes. Philip Davis said he has no regrets handing over day-to-day operations to the DEC to Power Secure. Mr. Davis, who's also the Minister of Works, told the Tribune he thinks Bahamas Power and Light is meeting its mandate and blamed the constant power outages on aged machines. Speaker, Cat Island should be happy the FNM got new machines. We answered his prayers. We got rid of the aged machines. We provided the engines, and that's why we didn't have any load shedding. Speaker, I'm going to close now. In July 2020, BPL implemented a fuel hedging strategy in order to eliminate the volatility of fuel costs to customers caused by constant changes in global oil prices. As a result, the fuel charge is now only 10.5 cents per kilowatt hour, down by almost more than 40%. Now we are seeing the lowest electricity bills that Bahamians can remember. So now, instead of spending as much money with BPL as we did in the past, we can find other ways to use our personal resources. Mr. Speaker, I was so pleased a few days ago when a friend messaged me to say that his bill was only $80. And Bahamians everywhere are seeing similar. And I can say, Mr. Speaker, that after the rate reduction bond is placed, electricity bills will decrease even more. So, Mr. Speaker, members opposite can continue to throw shade at BPL. And you see, Mr. Speaker, the member for Cat Island spoke about the rate reduction bond yesterday, but they had plans in here for $600 million rate reduction bond, and I could show you what the cost was going to be, right in this book. Mr. Speaker, members opposite continue to throw shade at BPL and make baseless allegations, while they themselves continue to save money on low electricity bills due to sound F&M policies. They had their chance for 5 years and failed miserably. How ironic that you, the PLP MPs, know from their personal experience that their personal electricity bills are much lower under this caring F&M government than they were under the PLP. Mr. Speaker, I challenge members opposite to show me any of their power bills under their administration that is lower than their current bills for comparable usage. And they can't do it, Mr. Speaker. And that's why the Bahamian people gave us the power. The Speaker Carmichael supports this mid-year budget.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many? The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is my great honor and privilege to stand to speak on this mid-year budget performance report. And at the outset, I want to thank the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance for this privilege to wrap up the debate on the 2020-2021 midterm budget performance report. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if the Honorable Prime Minister knew what he was doing when he invited me to speak and close, but it's too late now. And well, BPL, the minister responsible for BPL say we got stable power. So you can't blame the power. And no power outage yet. But I intend to take advantage of the unfettered time to present my case, as I may not have another opportunity to do so. So forgive me, members. Settle down. It's going to take a little while. I'm not going to cry. You know, I remember, and I always tell him this, I remember when I was sitting right where you're sitting, as a matter of fact, and I was asking for the protection from the chair against an attack from this side. And the member was right there. Jerome Fitzgerald was right there. And he got up and he said to me, "Ain't no crying in politics. What you crying for? Sit down, Jerome Fitzgerald." I'll never forget it. And it was early on in the term. And so I learned from that. And I recognize in this place, you better protect yourself. Don't depend on anybody to protect you. And I say, all you new members and members that are aspiring, this is a place for big boys and girls. Don't cry. Don't cry. Because it is rough in here. It's rough in here. So, Mr. Speaker, let me begin by extending belated Happy International Women's Day to my beautiful wife, Sonia, my talented and passionate daughter, Napoli, my mother-in-law, Gloria, who I know is watching, my sisters, Stacy, and sister-in-laws, the women of East Grand Bahama, and indeed, women throughout this wonderful Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Your contributions and support to our national development are certainly recognized by this member. And I am excited for the future because the success we are seeing in the private sector by women of all stripes will eventually translate into public life as the stereotypes and preconceived perceptions of women in politics and leadership shatters, and women of substance, like those we have serving here in the House today, and those vying to be members in the next election, break through and take their rightful seats as full partners in this democracy. Speaking the words of gender inclusion is one thing, but making it happen and facilitating it is another. Each political party has a favorable seat or a few favorable seats. And if we are serious, we ought to put our best women forward in those seats so that they have the best chance of success and thus opportunity to serve at the highest level. I extend congratulations to the Honorable Pakeisha Parker Edgecombe, and by extension her family, the women of the Free National Movement, especially those who are returning as candidates, the exciting, vibrant new candidates joining the team this upcoming election, and indeed women throughout this country on her ascension as Minister of State in the office of the Prime Minister with portfolio responsibility for disaster preparation, management, and recovery. Madam, your ascension makes us all proud, especially those of us from Grand Bahama. And we know that if permitted to execute your responsibilities without interference, you will do a fantastic job on behalf of the people. You are aware of the challenges in Grand Bahama and Abaco, and I will have a bit more to say about East Grand Bahama in particular as it relates to your ministry, but be assured that you have our support and prayers, which you will need as you tackle this overwhelming task. I understand the challenges you face more than most as a constituency directly affected, and as the former Minister of Finance at this most critical time. I am hopeful that as this ministry is further solidified, its critical importance will be understood and treated as such in budgeting and in operation, not as a sub-ministry, with my word, but as a critical ministry focused on the climate change challenge, strategies to overcome them, and to building and converting both hard and soft infrastructure and public and private sector business continuity into resilience models for the Bahamas and beyond. We have a tremendous contribution to make in the world in resilience building, energy and water, self-reliance, and in financing for climate emergency response. I am confident that you and we are up to the task. Let me also take this opportunity to thank the Honorable Aram Lewis, the former minister, for his efforts to assist residents of Grand Bahama, and particularly in Abaco and Grand Bahama, and the country in general. I know you were dealt a difficult hand in having to stand up this ministry under fire, but you can be proud of your management and results despite the monumental task yet still ahead to fully restore the communities directly affected. The restoration of these communities as soon as possible is vitally important to the overall national economic recovery goals, as they represent fully 18% of GDP in ordinary times, and it can be the catalyst to drive stability as we work ourselves out of this crisis and to boost growth prospects once we enter the post-COVID recovery phase. Grand Bahama and Abaco must be ready, not getting ready, but must be ready to receive the pent-up demand for travel and investment that will naturally come once this dreaded crisis abates as we fully expect it will. To this end, I encourage the government to focus on achieving the 5 to 10 things that will ensure this readiness and avoid the temptation to try to be all things to all men, a distraction that inherently comes as elections approach. Lastly, in this area, let me express East Grand Bahamas' thanks and support for the former Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, the Honorable Lanisha Roll, for her service to the Bahamian people. While many have been quick to criticize and accuse her without facts, something I can personally relate to, I want to express my personal support to her and her family and pray that she will be strengthened by this experience and excel in her return to private practice. Mr. Speaker, I wish to assure my constituents of my continued prayers and support for them as I wind down my time in this House as their representative. At this time, I want to particularly express my concern and prayers for Ms. Emily Bevins, who is in hospital and not doing well, I understand. I pray that our healing will be in God's plan and that she will soon return home victorious. Indeed, her husband, George, still needs her as he suffers his own health challenges. I also send my best wishes for healing and restoration to Ms. Zelma Davis, who likewise has had a few medical issues in the last few weeks. Please know that Sonia and I love you, Ms. Zelma, and we are praying for you. On this point, Mr. Speaker, I would like to encourage the government to focus this last year on completing its reform of the public health care system. I'm advised that the charge for some Bahamians to access potentially life-saving tests or therapies can be as high as $1,500 or double that. Where are the elderly people and people without means supposed to find that money, especially when they've been bedridden? We have to fix that. You see, Ms. Bevins' family does not have the financial resources, or some, as some in here, who cowardly flew out of the Bahamas on a private jet in a space-like capsule when they were infected with COVID to seek care elsewhere. That member had no faith and trust in the Bahamian doctors and nurses or in our excellent healthcare facilities when they are sick, but routinely incited supporters to rebel against the emergency orders.
Honorable member for East Grand Bahama. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador. On a point of order.
I'm aware of only one member of this House who may have had the opportunity to be hospitalized and then to be transported to another jurisdiction to continue his care. Let me just say, Mr. Speaker, that decision for me to be airlifted and treated elsewhere was a family decision. It had nothing to do with my confidence or otherwise with the service, the competence or otherwise of the doctors and nurses here. In fact, I would wish that they speak to some of them whom I've done that. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is rather curious that they would, and unfortunate, that they would attempt to use a moment when much concern was being expressed, about my health, to now exploit it to suggest where my confidence lie in respect to Bahamians. It's rather despicable. It is despicable, but continue.
As I said, and I didn't call anybody's names, by the way. What I said was, you see, Miss Bevins' family does not have financial resources of some in here who cowardly flew out of the Bahamas on a private jet in a space-like capsule when they were infected with COVID.
Honorable
Seek
member
care
for
elsewhere.
East Grand Bahama. Honorable member. Just a minute, Cat Island. Honorable member for East Grand Bahama. The word cowardly cannot be used in reference to anyone, whether name or unname, in this parliament. So I would expunge that word cowardly from the records.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. I think the Bayman people get it. That member, Mr. Speaker, whoever it is, and people identify themselves. I didn't identify anybody. That member had no faith and trust in the critical care of Bahamian doctors and nurses, or in our excellent health facilities when they are sick, but routinely incited his supporters to engage in unsafe practices and rebel against the emergency orders. See, they could leave because they had the means. But others who he was encouraging to put themselves at risk couldn't leave, couldn't afford to pay, like Ms. Bevins, could not afford to pay for the therapy, the cocktail. And so they're on the hook, they're on the line, their lives. But I'm sure the Cat Island wishes those same doctors and nurses to put their faith and trust in him would agree with me that whoever that member is, and I didn't identify any member, he should hang his head in shame and disqualify himself or herself from any leadership thought. That is assuming that they have shame. Mr. Speaker, how does a Bahamian leader cut and run when things get difficult, and then turn around and say to those same people, trust me, be brave, ride the wave. While you break off running. Leaving behind your supporters who you encouraged to break curfew and gather in groups beyond the emergency orders, which you claim were unnecessary.
Honorable member for East Grand Bahama. Honorable member.
You said this just yesterday.
Honorable member for East Grand Bahama. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rum Kingston, Salvador, on a point of order.
Quite apart from the despicable commentary about my health and all of that, perhaps if more attention was paid, Speaker,
Honorable member, the point of order.
Yeah, and if more attention was paid by this government to introduce national health insurance, perhaps
honorable member.
So, Speaker,
listen,
perhaps,
honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, permit the chair to deal with the matter. Honorable member, I had indicated earlier on the point of order, you cannot introduce.
I cannot hear you. I cannot hear you. You can tell him quiet. I can't hear you.
Honorable members,
I cannot hear you.
the chair is trying to speak.
Thank you.
I had indicated to you earlier, honorable member, that you cannot introduce a new matter.
Okay, fine.
When you're raising a point of order.
Fine. I now say, the Speaker, the member is accusing me, right, of breaking the law. Speaker, he accuses me. See, I'm not like you all, or like him. I don't break the law. He accuses me of encouraging people to breach No, Mr. Speaker, if he accuses
Honorable
me
members,
of, Mr. Speaker,
honorable
if he
member,
accuses me,
honorable member East Grand Bahama, let me hear.
he's accusing me of encouraging people to break the protocol measures. That's what he said, that I'm encouraging people to break the law. That's what he's saying. That's a criminal offense if I'm doing that. That's what he's accusing me of, Mr. Speaker. And I'm saying to Mr. Speaker, that unlike, see, I don't know what they're
Honorable
looking for
members,
company,
permit
but
me
I'm
to
not
hear.
their company, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable member for.
Mr. Speaker,
The chair recognizes East Grand Bahama.
I request that the member, so much happened, I forgot what exactly it was. But the member made some to breaking the law like him, referring to me. I request those words to be withdrawn or expunged. There's no evidence before this House or before any court that I broke the law. I request.
Honorable member for Cat Island from Kingston, Salvador. The member for East Grand Bahama is alleging that you indicated that he's breaking the law like you. Did you?
No, Mr. Speaker, what I said, he's accusing me of breaking the law. And I say, unlike anyone else, and if it's him, that's fine. But well, Mr. Speaker, like them, right? So I will withdraw unlike them. And I want him to withdraw I withdraw that, but he ought to withdraw any reference to me. Any reference to me, right? Inciting the breach of the law by what he's just said. Because he is saying that I'm encouraging people to break the protocol measures, the COVID measures.
Honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
The member.
Honorable member,
Clearly
let's clear this matter up.
No,
Let's clear this matter up once and for all. The member for Cat Island from Kingston, Salvador is alleging that you accused him of inciting persons to breach the protocol orders, which is in fact break the law.
Mr. Speaker.
Are you accepting that allegation or are you denying it?
No, before I get there, Mr. Speaker.
No.
He said him and them. Unlike him and them. Referring to me, I presume. Well, if he isn't referring to me, he can say that. I request that be withdrawn. No, you
Honorable members.
them.
Okay.
I want you to
The chair will make a
withdraw
decision.
him and them.
Honorable members.
You pointed to me, brother.
To settle this matter, the chair will expunge the reference made by East Grand Bahama to the member for Cat Island breaching or inciting persons to breach of protocol orders. And the chair will expunge the reference from the member of Cat Island with respect to breaking the law like him or them. Those statements have been expunged from the record and should not be referenced again today or any other time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But
The chair recognizes Anderson on a point of order.
I have been listening to the member's contribution, and I know the point he's seeking to make. However, he has couched it in such a personal way because the member, obviously he's referring to the member for Cat Island, Rumkins, and Salvador. I mean, it's not him or her.
Honorable
Speaker.
member.
there's nowhere.
May I
Nowhere.
articulate the point of order,
Speaker.
please?
Hon-
May I
No,
articulate it?
you can't infer words to me.
Honorable member from East Grand Bahama.
Speaker, may I articulate it?
Honorable member for Anderson.
Yes,
You have to
please.
start over then because
Okay.
you're
All right.
starting in a way.
It's just that I have a very short rope in this house, and I would just so let's
Honorable
go
member,
straight to the point.
don't go there.
I'll go straight to the point. The member is posing personal reflections on this member by saying he was cowardly by accessing medical care.
Honorable member, you're putting that on. I just expunged that word from the record. I
Okay.
did.
Then let me express it this way.
He wasn't brave.
He is seeking to cast an aspersion on a member because the member accessed healthcare outside of the country, which a member in this house has said It was a family decision. People can conclude one way or the other. But I don't think it is right for a member to do this to a fellow member in this house. It's too personal. It's casting personal reflections on a member. And I'm urging the member to, in what might be a swan song, to go in a different direction. The Bahamian people can form their views, Mr. Speaker. I consider it a personal reflection on this member, where he is seeking to assign certain negative qualities to his character because he took certain steps, Mr. Speaker.
You know, there's a common saying that if you're not prepared to be hit, don't swing. Yesterday, in my absence, they took a shot at me, Mr. Speaker. And as I recall, that was not withdrawn, Mr. Speaker. And for the record, in none of my comments thus far have I named or identified any member. None, Mr. Speaker. And so the member for Angleston cannot infer words to me or even meaning to me.
The chair recognizes Honorable Member for Angleston on a point of order.
But cannot use that as an escape route. If you're talking to the member, there's only there's a limited number of us in here. So, yes, 39, limited number. And so you cannot use that methodology to make an assault on any member of this house, whoever it is, whoever that member is. And I asked the member in his swan song to take the high road, man. Take the high road.
I thank Angleston for her intervention. It is just unfortunate that she finds that voice today. But yesterday, mum is the word. Mum is the word. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member.
Do as I say.
Honorable member. The chair.
No, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, could we end this, please?
Honorable members, let me hear the member for Angleston and
the member just said, I just find my voice today. In other words, I'm inconsistent or whatever personal reflection he's making on my positioning. His members were here, you know. His members were sitting in here just like this. You looking for me to defend you in here? What about the members in here? Your own members were in this parliament. Well, if you defend it, and if the member withdrew it, as I am told is what happened, then what is the member rehashing in this parliament?
Honorable members. Honorable members. Yesterday, the issues, two issues arose. One was sent to the Committee on Privilege, and the chair expunged the statement with respect to the statement made by Cat Island with respect to East Grand Bahamas. That statement was expunged.
Mr. Speaker, again, it was not East Grand Bahama that referred to the comment. But again, you know, I thank Angleston because I think what I heard her say, and you can correct me, is that if she was here, she would have defended my honor. I appreciate that. Fellow Ackland's Island, I appreciate that. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Do as I say, not as I do. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members.
For comparison.
Honorable member for East Grand Bahama. Just a moment. Honorable member for Angleston. State the point of order.
East Grand Bahama to stop making personal attacks on this member because I could make some attacks on that member. I mean, that's what we can do in here. Take the high road. I think you have something substantive to say. I believe, I hope and pray. Could we get to it? Listen, man, listen.
Again, do as I say, not as I do. That seems to be how it works in some people's minds. Mr. Speaker, all former leaders who faced serious health challenges while in office stayed right here in the Bahamas for treatment. many at the skillful hands of Elizabeth. Not here today. In fact, Mr. Speaker, just recently, the former Prime Minister, Hubert Ingram, who was reported to have suffered from a COVID infection, did not break off and run. I'm sure he can afford to do so. He stayed right here and was tended to by the same Elizabeth. Bahamians, nurses, doctors, infrastructure, allied health professionals, all right here in the Bahamas. I will say, Mr. Speaker, that even our own member from Saudi Luthra, he didn't go nowhere. What can Michael do? No, he didn't go to the hospital, though, I don't think. But Saudi Luthra, he stayed here. He entrusted his life and his health care to Bahamians. Real men, Mr. Speaker, real men and real leaders. I'm sure, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's no point of order. Please.
Honorable member,
Please.
the chair recognizes Angliston.
I just said real man.
In the same context of this description of someone in this parliament as saying that person is not a real man. So I want to.
No, Mr. Speaker.
No.
Again,
No,
Mr. Speaker,
listen, man.
this
You
is
don't
an
need-
abuse,
You don't need
Mr.
a fire.
Speaker.
You don't
And
need
we
a
ought not
fire.
to allow this.
Honorable member,
We can't allow this.
the member did no
No,
such thing.
You can't editorialize
He
my
said that
comments.
these men who stayed were real men.
Mr. Speaker, real men would not perhaps do what some members are doing in this house right now, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the member for Angson asked if I'm a real man. You know, I remember, and there's a video. There's a video of a former leader in here who, when the question was put to him,
Honorable members,
"Are you a real man?" He said some words about a gladiator. If you remember that. But you know, I am the husband of one wife, and I am the father of 2 children. I have nothing more to say about that. Mr. Speaker, those who cut and run health professionals must be disappointed. Must be disappointed. Wondering quietly, how can he help us if when the going gets tough, they cut and run? How can they be partners to us? Like someone said during the debate, Bahamians, when they show you who they are, believe them the first time. Mr. Speaker, I didn't come here to do this today either. I had my speech written yesterday, you know. Written. Not a word in there about any of them. But like Michael, you come throw rock at me. For what? What I do you? What are you throwing rock at me for? And then we'll hide your hand now and seek protection now? Mr. Speaker, on a serious note, I'm advised that a COVID patient presented at a Grand Bahama clinic and was seen and treated by a doctor and a nurse for flu. That patient was subsequently discovered to have COVID. but no one has yet contacted the doctor or the nurse. And they are still seeing patients up to yesterday. They found out because I posted in my constituency WhatsApp group. And one of the nurses read it and said, what? This begs the question, Mr. Speaker, are we still doing contact tracing and following protocols where direct exposure has been detected? Minister of Health, I urgently request that you cause an investigation and proactive rectification before we have another outbreak. Mr. Speaker, this administration promised to reform national health insurance, make it stronger, sustainable, and to ensure it provided a backstop such that no Bahamian dies or goes broke as a result of being unable to financially access care. This is critical work, Mr. Speaker, and deserves singular focus, even in the midst of the current health and fiscal crisis. PHA, or the Public Health Authority, needs innovation, creativity, and investment to modernize its administrative systems and capabilities so that the frontline healthcare specialists can perform their functions to save lives, unfettered by bureaucracy, influence, or lack of infrastructure and supply. Something is wrong when the subvention to the Public Health Authority is in excess of $223 million, but only bills a fraction of that to private health insurance companies due to the lack of administrative systems capacity. I'm sure that Exuma and Ragged Island, he's not here, would agree with me on that. I understand they want to pay. They just need a proper bill so that they can pay. And if I'm wrong, I can be corrected. I want to more specifically encourage the government to not slack its ride. I got this word from North Habakkuk. To not slack its ride in respect to the expansion of the Rand Memorial Hospital and the creation of an oncology suite for the Northern Bahamas region at the Rand Memorial Hospital. This is critical to us in the North because too many of our cancer patients find it very, very difficult to come to Nassau for treatment. They're already weak. They're already not feeling well. They don't have any family here in New Providence. They don't really have any place to stay here in New Providence. And the expense of going back and forth is just onerous. We have, and our people deserve, an oncology suite in Grand Bahama to service the Northern Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage the government that with the introduction of vaccines, that it reduces its requirement for domestic health travel visas, another expensive and costly test just to travel. The cost of the PCR test is just too prohibitive for many, adding to an already high aircraft ticket price. Many of my constituents travel not for pleasure, but for necessity. And this added cost is killing them. Some maybe literally. Help us remove the boot from our neck so that we can breathe. Mr. Speaker, I want to express my condolences to all the residents of East Grand Bahama, and the Bahamas in general, who have passed or succumbed since this pandemic started 1 year ago. I want to remember particularly Mr. Will Feaster of Sweeney's Key, a senior man in that community who succumbed to natural causes. Mr. Will was an incredible patriot. a friend and mentor in his community. He demonstrated leadership and concern for his residents. At his age, his plea was not about himself or even his family, but about the betterment of his community, especially residential and economic opportunities for the young people, so that his community remained viable once he was gone. I loved Mr. Will's spirit and attitude, and it matched mine as we sought to do all that we could to empower and create sustainability in East Grand Bahama. I again express my condolences to his widow, Nadine, and the rest of the Feaster family, and by extension, the community, Sweetness Key. I also express condolences to the family of Miss Frida Roberts, who passed just this past Saturday. Miss Roberts was a personal supporter and an inspiration to me and many. Sonia and I express our prayers and support to her family, especially her daughters, Gloomy, who is a member of my support team, Claudine and Diane, as well as the Roberts family as they process this loss. Condolences also goes out to the family of the late retired Police Sergeant Mervyn Dean, who passed a few weeks ago and was funeralized last week. I want to express my prayerful support to his widow, Lavon, and the Dean and Hamilton families, and thank them for his service to this nation. Likewise, condolences to the family of Eileen Ewing. We express our sympathy and support to her daughter, Katie, and her granddaughter, Sestina Nixon, and the rest of the family who are grieving during this time. Finally, Sonia and I want to express condolences to the family of our friend Joe Hamilton, who was also laid to rest this week. Everyone in Grand Bahama, from east to west, knew Joe, a photographer and security officer, friendly, witty, and supportive. We will certainly miss his smile and always encouraging words. I wish to express our prayers and support to his wife, Superintendent Stephanie, and the entire Hamilton family, especially my right-hand woman, my work wife, as I call her, Denise Lethan. I know this was an unexpected and sudden loss, but we pray that your strong faith will carry you through this difficult period, and the memory of your husband, brother, and friend will remain strong and give you encouragement. Mr. Speaker, turning to more positive news, I want to congratulate the Royal Bahamas Police Force for their recent success in Grand Bahama in interdicting several persons of interest in guns and narcotics possession. I'm particularly proud of their achievements for personal reasons, and those who know why. But I've always been very proud and supportive of our officers in Grand Bahama. And I'm unashamedly, and as I unashamedly continue to say, we produce national leaders out of the Northern District of the force. Persons like the current Minister of National Security, the current Director of the Financial Intelligence Unit, the current High Commissioner in the United Kingdom, and others strategically placed in the private and public sector, including the current Deputy Commissioner who spent a stint in Grand Bahama. I wish them continued success in their efforts to keep our communities safe. Despite the noise of some inconveniences, we residents have had to suffer for the greater good of peace and good order. Assistant Commissioner Greenslade, you're doing a good job. Please continue to be safe. Mr. Speaker, I want to clarify an intervention I made on a point of order during the contribution by the member for Exuma and Ragged Island last week. Mr. Speaker, I was reminded after having an opportunity to consult the record that the reason the government did not consider a separate debate necessary on the midterm budget report last year was very simple and pragmatic. One, on February 12th, 2020, the government presented supplementary revenue and expenditure appropriation bills in response to the unexpected and unbudgeted demand that arose during the 2019-2020 fiscal year as a result of Hurricane Dorian and the massive expenditure required to stabilize the situation in Grand Bahama and Abaco, restore infrastructure and services in the affected areas, and to address the urgent and critical needs of those residents directly and indirectly affected. Those bills, Mr. Speaker, were thoroughly vetted and debated by this honorable House, and would have necessarily included a review of the results of the half year to December 31st, 2019, as the basis for the additional borrowing and expenditure necessary to support it. So in essence, the mid-year results were thoroughly presented and explained in this House and to the Bahamian people. Secondly, the 2020-2021 Fiscal Strategy Report was tabled in this House in November of 2019 as required by the Fiscal Responsibility Act. This report was subsequently debated and passed in this honorable chamber in March of 2020. This report, Mr. Speaker, also included a retrospective of the fiscal performance for the current fiscal year as a guide for the projections presented for the upcoming 3 years as required by the Act. This likewise then meant that this honorable House and the loyal opposition had a second chance to scrutinize and comment on the 2019-2020 midterm fiscal performance. Mr. Speaker, with these two bites at the apple, it was considered wholly unnecessary and a waste of Parliament's time to have a third debate on the very same subject when Parliament had so many other important pieces of legislation to consider and pass. Mr. Speaker, no, I admit it. Yes, you're right, Engelston. I admitted we did not do it. Right? But I explained why. Mr. Speaker, I came to this Parliament with a humble record of service and commitment to my community, having served in leadership in various civic, professional, and business organizations. In all of my dealings, Mr. Speaker, I've always been careful to observe and protect my integrity and my character. This commitment I brought with me to my dual roles in public service as Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, and as a Member of Parliament. Did not come here to abuse or to be abused. I have done my best to stay far from that temptation, remaining humble and true to myself, lending my experience, professional skills, and loyalty to my leader and government, even when they may not have wanted to hear it or deserved it. I make no apology, and I stand on my record and the reports of those who truly know me. I wonder if other members in this House, and I do reference the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and Prince Alto, the leader of the opposition, Philip Davis. I refuse to call him brave anymore. Can say the same. Mr. Speaker, for the record, I am not a defendant. And I know we can all read and hear. I am not a defendant in any litigation at this precise moment that I stand on my feet, that I'm aware of. And I challenge any member, or anybody else to prove otherwise. I wonder, Mr. Speaker, if Cat Island did say. As the member for North Abaco mentioned in his contribution last night, How can the kettle possibly call the frying pan black? Case number one. I refer to an article in the online journal called Bahamas Pundit, dated September 15, 2015, titled Philip the B Word Davis, Suitability to be Prime Minister, written by Simon. And I'm just going to quote a couple of lines.
Honorable member,
Yes.
it sounds as if you're going down a particular path with respect to a decision that was already made by this chair yesterday.
Which is?
The chair made a decision with respect to a matter that was raised by the member for Pinewood.
No, it's a different matter. I have gotten to that one yet.
It's a different matter?
Yes, sir. This particular article does not refer to that. That matter that was sent to privilege. That doesn't speak to that.
Okay, carry on. The chair recognizes Honorable Member for Cat Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador on a point of order.
Yeah, but I think what the member said, he's referring to an online article that speaks to suitability of Ray Davis. September 15th, 2019. That's what it was. Mr. Speaker, there are many online articles that speaks to many of you. Right? Mr. Speaker, and the question. No, listen, man. Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members.
All I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, right? I hope, I'm wondering whether the member is going to adopt what he's going to be quoting.
And then he violated the rules.
And if not, and if he does, and if it amounts to something that impinges my privilege, I will then seek to have that resolved.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
As I would expect, Mr. Speaker. No, I don't give.
Honorable
reading an article.
Honorable Member, state the source and the date.
The Bahamas Pundit, September 15, 2015, by Simon. Yeah, I'm sure it was, but I don't have that reference, so I will not be able to say that. Mr. Speaker, to Davis, Deputy Prime Minister Davis recently declared that he's ready for the job of Prime Minister if a vacancy came. Yes, he said. Asked what he would bring to the job of Prime Minister. Davis glibly said and arrogantly replied, me. The article goes on to say, unfortunately, his record in public office demonstrates that he's unsuitable to be Prime Minister. Davis has demonstrated abysmally poor judgment. It goes on to make some commentary that I'm not going to.
Honorable Member, are you adopting?
Yes, yes. Mr. Speaker, it goes on to talk about the billboards, and we remember those billboards about the murder statistics. Remember that? It goes on to talk about that. It goes on to talk about an entity called Blue Water. And it says, Mike the Truth. I don't know if it was a telephone company, but it was a company that was interesting. Yeah. The Truth include details of various business dealings, including the details of his involvement with the now not publicly traded Phantom Blue Water Company, which sought to buy BTC from the government. I ain't thought much about that. But the article goes on, and I'm gonna stop there because I don't want anybody to say I was abusing the rule or abusing people. As I said earlier, never been my intent. But as one of our former members in here would have said, I ain't throwing no rock or no blow, but I ain't taking none either. Mr. Speaker, this article goes on to talk about BAMSI and the egregious misrepresentation, I'll use that word, that was uttered here in this house and went unaddressed for weeks after. See, in my opening, I talked about my point of order and I clarified immediately. It went on for weeks where a claim was made about insurance on a contractor. The House was misled. And there is a course of action that should have happened, but it didn't happen.
Member for Eastern Rum. The chair recognizes Honorable Member for Cat Island, Rum Kingston, Salvador on a point of order.
People recognize the folly that of respect that I represent this house. It is not true that weeks went by. The truth of the matter is that I told this house what I was advised to check insurance. When it was discovered, when I discovered, having gone to file myself, that what was representing me was not true, I came back at the first opportunity to set and came here, spoke to it, and laid the contents of the file on the table of this house. Without prompting to anyone. That's what I did. And Speaker.
Honorable members. Honorable members, just so that the record could be clear with respect to Rule 33.
So, Mr. Speaker, yeah. And Mr. Speaker, he's quoting from a source. We asked him to adopt it. What he's quoting, so from a source, quotations require him to adopt those as is. And I would say, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to have him withdraw those remarks unless he could substantiate them, right? And if he's of those opinions, they are insulting to me and will be offending the rules of this house.
Honorable members, let me just read this rule so that we can be clear as we move forward. Rule 33, subsection 1. It says every member desiring to speak shall arise and address the chair. A member may read extracts from books, journals, papers, and documents, and may refresh his memory from notes. But he shall not quote from the newspapers unless he adopts such quotation as his own words, and such are relevant to the business under the debate. Now, I asked the member if he was adopting, and he indicated yes.
Abusive.
They're not
Attributing
relevant to the
ulterior
matter.
motives to me as a member is unbecoming, disgraceful, and the member ought to be made to withdraw them.
Which rule are you relying on for that?
The rule that you just cited.
No, what I'm saying is this rule says that if there is a newspaper report, the member need only adopt it. Now, with respect to documents and journals and books and so on, they can read from those documents without adopting. But once you are speaking from a newspaper.
Yeah, what is, well, the speaker, perhaps the speaker, he ought to establish, right, the authenticity of the document from which he's reading. Because just to pick up a document that I'm reading from the journal of Peter Sternquist, and this is what it says, and I'm adopting those words. If they become his words, and if those words are insulting, abusive, or otherwise attributing ulterior motives to me, as is prohibited by the rules, then they ought not to be said and should be withdrawn.
I'm going to move off the point. I gave the reference.
Because I can bring.
Oh, you can bring all kind of matters because you paid for it. You can bring all kind of things.
Honorable, just so,
The only thing you haven't called me yet is a child molester. The only thing you haven't called me yet. But we know something else too. Okay.
honorable members, just be guided by rules.
My brother.
With respect to references, just be guided by Rule 33, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, as I say, I move away from that. So on to case number 2. In an article from a Bahamas B2B.com, another online blog dated 24th of July 2012, with the headline, B. Davis, prison bound, ? Interestingly,
Honorable member again,
another,
are you adopting?
I'm just giving a headline, Mr. Speaker. I'm not adopting anything. Yeah, of course you can.
Honorable member,
You have. That's the point. You have.
you're not reading the report.
No. I'm just going to leave it there. And I'm doing this for a point, Mr. Speaker, because that's the member for Cat Island, San Salvador, and Rumkey is saying from his seat. He can do it too. And the point is that he has done it. You can't throw rock and hide your hand. It's too small a country. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, although it was expunged, and I ain't mentioned anything, he threw a rock at an unsubstantiated, untested accusation that doesn't even name me as a defendant. Why would he do that? What did it aid what he was trying to accomplish in his debate? It was nasty, classless, and as a lawyer, he ought to know the content of the writ and how it was written is unusual. And he also knows that it's before the court.
Yeah.
He's a QC. If he was somebody who had no knowledge of the law, he might be able to get away with it. Plead ignorance. But it was done on purpose. You see, I know, Mr. Speaker, some of the persons who are online, you can go on WhatsApp almost every day. Almost every day. As I say, the only thing they haven't called me yet, and I suspect it'll come, the child molester. So it don't matter to me anymore. But what they call me, don't matter to me anymore. As I said, those persons who know me, they know the facts. They know who I am. So the point that I'm making here is to let the member know words have meaning. And if you don't mean it, if you don't believe it, then don't say it. Don't sponsor it. Mr. Speaker, I think I've made the point, and I'm going to leave the rest. I'm going to leave the rest. All right, I'm going to leave it because, again, as I said, I didn't come to this place to abuse nobody. Right? I didn't come here to abuse nobody. I don't want nobody to abuse me either. And I won't stand for it. They ought to know that by now. I won't stand for it. When the day comes, Mr. Speaker, justice will determine. And I look forward to it if it so happens. But as I said earlier, as of this moment, as I stand here today, I know of no case, no investigation on me. And anybody that knows, bring it. Let's see what it's about. Mr. Speaker, on Cat Island's substantive presentation on the midterm performance report itself. I characterize it as ineffective and an embarrassment to the people he represents. Clearly, he's not reviewed the report, or he would have spoken to it. It showed his lack of competence and knowledge of financial instruments and financial markets, government finance practices, and administration, and most disappointingly, his lack of understanding for the purpose of the midterm performance report. Mr. Speaker, if he knew the purpose of the midterm performance report, he would not have asked for a plan. You're taking my word. If he understood what the mid-year performance report review was about, he would have known that the fiscal plan for the year, which guides the operational plan of the government for the year, was laid out in June of 2020 in the annual budget presentation. And I encourage him to read it. The annual report, which is required by the Financial Administration and Audit Act, outlines the government's spending priorities, revenue anticipation, and sources for the complete fiscal year, and is the basis from which he should have been making his analysis and comments. His failure to understand the basic tenets after his years in this public place finds him coming up short as a serious leader in this time of uncertainty. Secondly, if he wanted a medium-term plan, he could have looked at the fiscal strategy report that was tabled in December of 2020. That report forms the basis for the presentation of the budget for the upcoming 3 years and contains assumptions about the economic environment and expectations for development. I suggest he have a look so that he can be informed about the plan that he wants to see. Mr. Speaker, I will deal with some specific points from the members' intervention as I go through my contribution. Mr. Speaker, I begin my substantive contribution by taking us back to 2017 and this administration's first budget presentation. In that inaugural budget communication, it was revealed that upon coming to office, this administration found the proverbial fiscal cupboards bare, with the overdraft at the limits and massive recurrent debts requiring immediate action and significant borrowings to address. I recall vividly having the discussion with the then Financial Secretary Simon Wilson, who advised that we would need to borrow immediately in the order of $442 million to address known cash flow shortfalls, so that the government did not default on its payments and continue enjoying credit with its vendors. As a new minister, I was shocked. And let me take this opportunity to publicly thank Simon for his assistance to me in the transition as a new minister, and for his help as I grasp the system of governmental accounting and reporting and its limitations, which solidified my commitment and determination to modernize and to digitization. Mr. Speaker, I am proud of the progress we've been able to achieve while I had the Ministry of Finance and the Department of Information Technology mandate, including quarterly fiscal snapshot reporting, regular press interventions to clarify matters in the budget and in finance, positive and proactive engagement with regional and international counterparts on a range of issues, including tax compliance and blacklisting matters, climate resilience, and risk mitigation matters, multilateral engagement, including having assumed the chairmanship of the Caribbean Development Bank Board of Governors, small island states and zero tax country spokesmen at various conferences, the launch of Click to Clear platform at customs, technology and program upgrades at Inland Revenue, and the initiation of a host of new innovations, culminating in some of the success outlined over the course of this debate, which continue to roll out under Minister Kwesi Thompson's leadership. Let me take the opportunity to thank all of the professionals who've helped with these significant innovative efforts. Mr. Speaker, I would specifically like to single out and congratulate Ms. Christy Powell, a young, extremely bright and talented Bahamian we recruited who led most of the initiatives and design templates in the digitization effort. Unfortunately, Christy is leaving the government service to take up a senior position at American Express in New York. A tremendous opportunity for her, but a great loss, in my opinion, to the country. I wish her well, and she knows that I am among her most fervent and greatest fans. Mr. Speaker, the work at DTAD is even more critical now as we wring out even more efficiency in government and its operations to improve efficiency and increase productivity across the system, including state-owned enterprises. So she will be missed. Likewise, Mr. Speaker, Ms. Lindsay Ward, one of our research economists who has gone on a secondment to the World Bank, a tremendous talent, and I know will be a true asset to this country, both at the World Bank and upon our return. Mr. Laurent Neely, a junior economist who is on secondment at the IDB, the Indian American Development Bank, and Ms. Latoya Smith, a senior economist who is at the IMF on a secondment from the Central Bank of the Bahamas. The future is indeed bright for this nation. Mr. Speaker, I recall in the first budget, which was primarily set by the previous administration, how I and the member for Freetown was vilified by the opposition for eliminating duty on aircraft parts and other residential washer parts. The member for Freetown effectively dealt with this nonsense last night. But to reiterate, those proposals were PLP proposals, buried deep in the budget. And I hope not on purpose, but brought to light only when it was raised in here. Regardless, it is so short-sighted of the opposition, who cannot grasp what was being contemplated with those concessions in trying to build a new industry. An effort that continues today as we seek to diversify our economy into a more knowledge and technology-based environment, less sensitive to tourism impacting global exogenous shocks. The idea behind the exemptions was simply to encourage a maintenance industry to build technical skills so that foreign and domestic aircraft would come here to the Bahamas for maintenance and eventually flight and maintenance training, like they do for yachts in Freeport at Bradford Marine, rather than going to the United States or Canada.
Honorable members,
Visionary thinking, Mr. Speaker, and foreign currency earning potential for the country. And from countries to the south all the way down to South America. We're trying to create a maintenance hub here in the Bahamas. Obviously, the right hand didn't know what the left hand was doing back then, because if they did, especially the former cabinet ministers, they would have known that provisions were in the appropriation bill, proposals proposed by them, even if they could not articulate it. Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes the member for Angleston on a point of order.
Speaker, as the having been the minister that pioneered and did all of the groundwork for the aircraft registry, this minister would have been very aware. I know that when I spoke, and I don't know if the minister will remember, the point that I raised was not that. The point I raised, whether the member declared his interest. That's the point I raised. I did not, I don't know if you'll recall that. Yes, and that was the question, and it's a legitimate question. And I think your response, the member's response, Mr. Speaker, was that to the words to the fact that he didn't really see it or read it, or that they gave it to him at such a short notice, and he was not aware of it. I think the record reflects that. So the member should be truthful, be honest to the record, and then there's no problem.
Mr. Speaker, by her words, the member is implying that I was not honest. If she listens to what I said that these duty eliminations were in the appropriation bill. And the members opposite, and I can single her out, because she's right in what she said. Members opposite questioned, no, Minister. Minister, you did. Angleston, Mr. Speaker, for the record, Angleston questioned, and I remember it very clearly. Angleston questioned whether I had declared that I had an interest in an airline at the time, which I did, Mr. Speaker. But I also said, as she confirmed, I did. Let me finish. I declared in this House, the record will reflect, no, before the fact. Anyway, as I said, Mr. Speaker, and I said it again here, buried deep in the schedules, the tariff schedule, was this matter of eliminations on aircraft. I didn't know it was there. I admit that. I admitted it then and I admit it now. I didn't know. But to the question that the minister put at the time, I did declare, as I've done every year, my interest in an airline. But that's not the point. In the Parliament. In fact, you made me do it, I believe. In any event, Mr. Speaker, the point is, who I go around with now? In any event, Mr. Speaker, the point is, oh my. In any event, the point is that duty was reduced and eliminated on those parts to try and spur a maintenance industry. Because anybody that knows about aircraft, particularly the more expensive ones, they're sent away for maintenance. We wanted to see if we can capture some of that business using the model of the yachts that are repaired in Grand Bahama, foreign yachts that are repaired in Grand Bahama. That was the idea. Mr. Speaker, in revising the budget draft left for us in 2017, we did our best to identify all obligations outstanding so as to get a complete picture of the situation in order to chart the way forward. Approximately $442 million had already been identified, as I mentioned before, $150 million in fund collateral calls on postings with respect to the derivative transactions previously entered into by the government as a result of previous downgradings by Standard & Poor's. $160 million of outstanding payments already at the Treasury, and $131 million for commitments already in progress but unfunded. Unfortunately, as we would have reported to the Bahamian people, subsequent to presenting the 2017-18 budget to Parliament, we discovered another $360 million of outstanding payments that had to be addressed. Some were urgent, and others could be delayed, which we subsequently outlined in a comprehensive plan to reduce over the course of the 3 years in the 2018-19 budget. Mr. Speaker, we outlined in the 2017-18 budget our priorities for the year detailed under the following broad areas: creation of a knowledge-based society with the further incorporation of technology in the classroom, beginning at preschool level and focusing on vocational studies; promotion of Bahamian ownership, entrepreneurship, investment, and creativity in tandem with strategic foreign direct investment; investing in new infrastructure and upgrading existing infrastructure throughout the country in collaboration with public-private partnerships where appropriate; investing in public sector reform, as efficient public services are essential to facilitating doing business and maximizing economic growth; and getting the nation's public finances in order through the elimination of the deficit and returning the burden of government debt to lower and more sustainable levels. As a result of our efforts, we were able to stabilize the country's dire fiscal situation, establish a solid foundation for economic recovery, pass major legislation to enable economic renewal, implement a robust legal and regulatory framework to counter harmful tax practices more effectively, establish a proactive framework for international compliance in financial services, launch transformative economic development initiatives, and foster greater international cooperation. During the government's first year in office, we increased revenue collection by $25 million in the first 6 months, reduced net recurrent expenditure by $67 million in the first 6 months, reduced the GFS deficit by $92.3 million in the first 6 months, paying off tens of millions of dollars in bills left by the former administration, improved the ease of doing business, streamlined the business license process, causing a reduction to a maximum of 7 days for licenses approval, and in most cases, 48 hours, stimulated business ownership, initiated tax reform, formalized and strengthened the Revenue Enhancement Unit with Bahamians, not foreigners, and very highly paid foreign consultancy firms, as the previous administration had done. Look, Michael, again, it wasn't just at BPL they like to pay these high salaries and allowances to. They had them in the Ministry of Finance. I remember there was a consultancy firm, and I'm not going to call their name because they are a reputable consultancy firm. But we were paying them $1 million a month. $1 million a month. And no transfer of knowledge, no Bahamians being mentored, $12 million a year. In addition to that, when we took over and did an analysis of the Revenue Enhancement Unit that the Minister for Cat Island likes to talk about and the Minister for Exuma likes to talk about, falsely claiming that we disbanded the Revenue Enhancement Unit. First, for the information of the members, the Revenue Enhancement Unit had no authority to act. It did not exist anywhere in policy or in regulation. This government did that. We established the Revenue Enhancement Unit. Not only that, Mr. Speaker. It was an NIA, exactly. Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador on a point of order.
First of all, remember, acknowledge it. that there was a team in place, right? And he claimed that this team was being paid $1 million a month, right? And that this revenue enhancement unit was not in place. It was in place, right? It was in place, and it was collecting $30 million a month. There were Bahamians that were employed, and yes, there was in fact transfer of skills and knowledge to this team that was trained by them. They were all let go by the minister. He then, in the last budget debate, he spoke about how he had revived this, and he was bragging about how that year they collected $30 million. The unit was established. He did nothing to establish the unit that wasn't done before, right? So, Mr. Speaker, it is disingenuous for him to suggest, right, that he did they took a business decision. The decision was, we're not going to pay $1 million a month to collect $30 million a month. We could do better. And what has happened? Never met the revenue target set.
Member, I always say to the member, he should speak about things he knows about. I always say that. I don't try to be a lawyer or anything else. He should speak about what he knows. I never said that the Revenue Enhancement Unit did not exist. Of course it existed. It was staffed, Mr. Speaker, by a well-known consultancy firm out of Washington at $1 million a month. That's what I said. In addition, out of Washington. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, I remember walking into the Revenue Enhancement Unit the first time and seeing a whole bunch, a room full of people who didn't look like us. A room full. People who were paid high salary, people who were paid allowances for housing, people who were getting per diem. A room full, Mr. Speaker. Not one, not two, not three. A room full. That ain't had nothing to do with the $1 million. That's in addition to the $1 million. Yeah, I'm telling you. In addition. What we did, Mr. Speaker, is we said, this can't happen. This can't happen. Not when we know we have qualified accountants and trained accountants who could lead this unit and who can do this work. We have new graduates coming out of the University of the Bahamas who can do this work. Why do we need a bunch of foreigners to do that? To do auditing? No, man. No. We can do better than that. And so we sent all of them home. We kept one or two. Let me not say all. We kept one or two because we wanted to make sure we had some continuity. But we sent most of them home. And we put in place Bahamians with a properly constituted revenue enhancement unit. And that is the case today. Mr. Speaker, that unit currently exists and continues its mandate to go after false or underreporting of revenue. And they've had some tremendous successes. Tremendous success. I don't know about those $30 million a month, but that's his number. The member laments that the return from the unit itself have dropped. Mr. Speaker, again, if you understand what the purpose of the Revenue Enhancement Unit was, if they're doing their job and they're successful, you expect it to drop. Because that unit doesn't go after ordinary taxpayers who are complying every day. They're going after the tax cheats. They're going after those people who are underreporting. And so after a year or 2 years, it has to drop. It just makes common sense. Because taxpayers will learn that they can't cheat the government. because there's a significant risk that an auditor is going to come along and they're going to get caught. And so they will be compliant. It's true we need more auditors. And my former colleagues will know I always cry about the need for accountants in the system, up and down the system. We need more accountants for various roles. None more important than ensuring the internal controls in the government system are maintained. Mr. Speaker, this unit, just one success they had on Arawak. We had an entity who claims that he was making less than $100,000 a year. As you know, the threshold for VAT registration is $100,000. He claimed he was making less than $100,000 a year. When the Revenue Enhancement Unit did their investigation, they found out he was making more than $100,000 a month. Yeah. More than $100,000 a month. That's the success of the Revenue Enhancement Unit. Now, Mr. Speaker, having been caught, having been assessed, having been made to pay, would you expect that in year 2, you're going to collect that money again from the Revenue Enhancement Unit? Of course not. You expect, unless it's a belligerent taxpayer, which would then move him from just being a tax cheat to something else, he's going to pay because he don't want that penalty again. So that's not going to be, the Revenue Enhancement Unit will not get that kind of credit. That goes back into the regular revenue collection. So again, I encourage the minister the member to understand what it is the Revenue Enhancement Unit is talking about. Golden Eyes, I tell you before, don't let them treat you so. You are a member. You have rights. Go to the meeting. I don't know how it works over there, but once you are a member, you're supposed to be a member of the council. Come on, go to the council meeting. Show up. Tell them, open the door. Mr. Speaker, we conducted a public service-wide employee verification exercise to identify ghost employees. Successfully launched an oversubscribed international sovereign bond issue. Allocated $25 million to invest directly in small businesses from 2020 through 2022, which was subsequently leveraged through creativity and the efforts of the executive director and our team to $25 million per year in a mix of credit support and grants. Launched the e-procurement and online supplier registry as a precursor to the legislation we'll hopefully debate next week. Engaged Deloitte & Touche, Bahamas, to conduct a tax reform study, including a review of possible replacements for the existing business license regime. And I will return to that a little bit later. We joined the base erosion and profit shifting framework, signed the mutual administrative assistance in tax matters, signed the multilateral competent authority agreement, made commitments to automatic exchange of information, participated in OECD Global Forum, making substantive contributions on behalf of the Bahamas and small island states. And we launched a transparency and tax compliance program, which included the engagement of a highly talented director of international tax reporting and compliance matters, Stephen Coakley-Wells, who has been doing a phenomenal job. We took several high-level missions to Brussels and Paris, which ultimately were successful in defending the Bahamas' position and securing removal from the various blacklists, the most recent being removal from the French blacklist. And I want to give a special congratulations to the team for that success. We also restructured and reintroduced the Caribbean Catastrophic Risk Insurance Fund, providing coverage for catastrophic events, hurricane events, which the PLP had canceled for very short-sighted reasons. Under the restructured terms of the CRIF, the Bahamas received significant payouts following Hurricane Irma and Hurricane Dorian to assist with recovery efforts. A smart decision by this F&M government that has paid off for the Bahamian people. Also in 2017-18, the Ministry of Finance presented legislation, the Automatic Exchange of Financial Account Information Act 2017, the Automatic Exchange of Financial Account Information Amendment Regulations 2017, International Tax Cooperation Amendment Act 2017, the Credit Reporting Bill 2018, and we're going to see the benefit of that in the long term, Mr. Speaker, on the quality of credit and in saving a lot of us from financial ruin by taking on too much debt. The Financial Transaction Reporting Amendment Act 2018, the Proceeds of Crime Amendment Act, Traveler's Currency Declaration, Register of Beneficial Owners, Multinational Enterprise Financial Reporting, Fiscal Responsibility Bill. Mr. Speaker, by all accounts, the 2017-2018 budget was a monumental advancement in the democracy and faith of the government of the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, turning to 2018, the government presented the people's budget. This is our full first budget now. A plan for growth, prosperity, and sustainability. The main focus of this budget was to achieve a range of fiscal consolidation objectives, restore the country's financial health to safeguard against future governments living beyond their means, racking up millions in unpaid bills, and piling more debt on future generations, as we found upon assuming office the year before, and to advance our socioeconomic. Our objectives was to clear up millions in unpaid bills to small and large government vendors, providing them with the already hard-earned payments they already earned that they could then utilize to pay their own bills or invest in their businesses or personal interests. That's right, the government was holding funds due long time to small and medium-sized Bahamian businesses, effectively putting a choke on them. We sought to fix that, and we did. Increase the government's revenue to sustainable levels that meet its fiscal needs through a variety of new tax measures. Meet fiscal targets in a structured way, eventually balancing the budget and reducing debt levels. Invested heavily in underserved communities and vulnerable populations to spread the benefits of inclusive growth. Cushion the impact on poorer families and vulnerable Bahamians as the country goes through a period of shared sacrifice and fiscal adjustment. Improve the competitiveness of the Bahamian workforce to provide greater opportunities for better work. Foster a culture of entrepreneurship and innovation so Bahamians are more empowered to create jobs for themselves and for others. Well, Charlotte, where are you going? I thought you was in charge. And demonstrate. Stay out of that meeting, bro. Golden Island, stay out of that meeting for a reason. Don't go there. And we demonstrated leadership in adopting green technology and encouraging Bahamians to do the same. Mr. Speaker, to achieve these objectives, we presented a 3-year fiscal consolidation plan to restore government finances to a healthy and sustainable position, which we presented to this honorable House, and the unprecedented step of going to every constituency throughout New Providence, Grand Bahama, and the Family Islands to explain it and to take questions from the public directly. We weren't in the campaign mode at that time, so I don't know if they call it campaigning, but we went to the Bahamian people. We went to them where they were, met them at their level, and explained to them what it was we were trying to achieve. And you know, Mr. Speaker, one of the things about that experience, I remember going there with trepidation because we had just increased VAT. And I was deathly afraid that we were going to be pelted with rocks in those meetings. Some of them were large. And it did start out rough. People were upset. But as we explained the rationale, what we faced as a government, and the path to getting to a better and more stable place, they accepted it. They supported it. They applauded us. I'll never forget it. Amazing, amazing transformation. Never seen a crowd go from being riotous and rowdy to being calm, rational, and understanding what it is that we were trying to achieve. I congratulate the Bahamian people. I congratulate them. We presented a plan for revenue enhancement, improving the administration of major taxes, structural reform and modernization of existing taxes, new taxes on gaming houses and patrons, reviewed immigration and port fees, launched a real property tax inclusion and assessment project to ensure equity and inclusion of unregistered properties to the tax roll. And yes, increased VAT from 7.5% to 12%. Mr. Speaker, the side opposite loves to repeat that the FNM has increased VAT by 60%. But what they fail to acknowledge is that the PLP raised value-added tax on the Bahamian people by 750%. That's right. It was zero before. They introduced it. 750%. And they hit the goal to try and take this government to task for cleaning up their mess. Mr. Speaker, remember, the side opposite when they were over here, I say over here like I belong here, on this side, they wanted to raise value-added tax to 15%. They forget that, they think people memory short. I keep saying. Nowadays, it ain't like in the old days where you could say anything and because there's no electronic recording, that people will just forget it. Nowadays, you can go consult the record from any number of sources. They wanted a 15% value-added tax. And it is funny, It's ironic that the member for Exmoor and Ragged Island
Honorable member.
was the chairman
Honorable member for
of the
Kishkandama.
Chamber of Commerce.
Chair recognizes
Who fought against
honorable
it?
member for Golden Isle.
Yes,
Point of
right.
order.
You got a meeting to go to. Point of order, please.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, fact of the matter is, VAT for 7.5%, regardless of whatever the talk is.
Mr. Speaker, there's no talk here. Does he have a point of order or not? Because if he doesn't have a point of order, please.
And
Please.
he knows better.
Please.
7.5%, the 15% has nothing to do, doesn't arise. Fact of the matter is, under his watch, it was added by an additional 60.
No.
Those are the facts. That's
What is the
happened.
point of order?
And it is what it is.
Okay, absolutely. So, Mr. Speaker, again, the member didn't have a point of order. He tried to justify something. But even so, Mr. Speaker, he is not able to dispute the fact that the previous administration proposed a VAT rate of 15%. And only after the private sector business community raged against it did they back down, Mr. Speaker. That's a fact. And the thing about it is, well, it should tell you something, Brian Rich. It should tell you something. It's an interesting point that you raised. It's an interesting point. It is an interesting point that Pine Ridge raises. Pine Ridge, no, hold on a minute. Pine Ridge says, from his seat, that it was good that what's the word, Pine Ridge? What's the word? Sorry. Yeah, say it. I want to make sure I get you right.
The chair recognizes honorable
Yes.
member for
What I
Pine Ridge.
was saying, Mr. Speaker, sorry, it's still misleading. East Grand Bomb is still misleading because the fact was that whether the previous government discussed raising it to 15%, the fact of the matter is whether they proposed it or discussed it, it never happened. And if your argument is that there were others who spoke to them and they therefore didn't do it, they still did well because they did not do it. Whereas we also said to you not to raise it to 12% and you still did it. That's the argument. That's the argument.
So here's the point. So that's the point that I wanted you to say that. You see, because remember, the business community back then, when they introduced the idea of 15%, as I said, went to war and forced the government at the time to drop the rate. Mr. Speaker, this government raised the rate to 12%. Can I say to you, Mr. Speaker, that there was no outrage? What people? So again, what 1,500, please, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the point is, the opposition that the previous administration got to their 15% proposal did not come with the 12% because people understood, Mr. Speaker. We explained it to them, and they understood. Talk about a plan. We outlined a plan, and that's how we were able to get past it and get acceptance, Mr. Speaker. But imagine if the opposition in government then had gotten their way. My Lord. Mr. Speaker, why did the PLP increase taxes on the poor? I want you to listen now, because y'all always talk about the poor. Why did the PLP, then in office, increase taxes 750% on poor and vulnerable people? In equal measure, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member,
Speaker,
the chair recognizes the
Speaker,
honorable
if it's not a
member.
point of order, I'm not doing it.
On a point of order, state the point of order.
Yes, again misleading, Mr. Speaker. Because again, East Grand Bomber keep talking about how the PLP raised, put tax on the people. Well, you acquiesced to it by coming into office and taking it up from 7.5 to 12. So that means you must have concurred with the tax. Because if you felt that the tax wasn't right, when we came to come, you should have repealed it, as you promised that you would do. That was what you promised. But instead, you continue to add to it, Mr. Speaker.
You made a ruling from the chair. And I'm going to ask that you enforce the rule. That was not a point of order just now. It's editorializing. It's not misleading at all. Did it happen? Did it happen? Did it happen? Mr. Speaker, as I was saying,
Honorable member.
why did the PLP increase taxes on the poor and vulnerable in equal measure to the middle class and rich, but as a percentage of income by a significantly higher percentage of their income? Why didn't they build in protections, Mr. Speaker, for the vulnerable class right from the beginning, rather than a straight, flat, regressive tax? 7.5% if you only make $100 a week, 7.5% if you make $1 million a week. You still got to go to the same grocery store and buy the same goods. And so, yes, it is the same thing today. You're absolutely right, but I'm going to clarify for you. I'm going to clarify for you. You see, Mr. Speaker, the point is, now I want you to stay. Don't go nowhere, because we can talk about that in a second. You see, Mr. Speaker, while it may seem simple and while it may seem fair to have one flat tax, if you only got $100 a week, that 7.5% means a lot more to you than what it means to somebody making $1,000. But the F&M didn't bring that tax in, and tax everybody the same way. We didn't. What does acquiesce mean? It's the law. The law was passed. So again, Mr. Speaker, why did the Progressive Liberal Party, then in office, not build in protection for the vulnerable class, rather than a straight, flat, regressive tax? It can't be just 750% increase on poor people. It can't be that they cared about the poor. It can't be. Man, fine, let me talk, man. Let me talk. You can talk. You can talk. You get your chance. It can't be that they care about the poor. And it can't be because international consultants told them to. I heard that in here. The international consultants say, don't give nobody no break. One flat tax. That's what they said. Am I right, Senator? That's what they said? Huh? See, you like me. Me and you can understand each other. So when you talk, I listen to you. But that's what they said. They said the international consultants told them one flat tax. So, Mr. Speaker, it can't be that. Because if they did, that would have been a sellout. Mr. Speaker, we showed them in our plan that it could be done, that there could be built-in breaks for the vulnerable class. And we executed it in targeted exemption in 2018. So listen, fine, Rich, I want you to hear. Could it be that they were protecting themselves, their special interests, and class of friends at the expense of the poor, as they've always done? Saying one thing and putting in place policies that heap additional burden and hardship on this vulnerable class, rather than apportioning the burden among those who could best afford it. I will explain our approach in a minute and how we sought to mitigate the inherent unfairness to low-wage earners implemented by the Progressive Liberal Party in office with their 750% increase in taxes on the poor. Mr. Speaker, increasing taxes is never an easy option for any government. However, as we outlined at the time, based upon internal analysis and external consultation with multilateral partners, we felt based upon the information available to us that this was the right time and the right rate to make this, man, fighters, give me a break, to make this correction as the economy was showing positive growth and the fiscal constraints on the government, existing taxes was simply not enough to achieve our overall fiscal consolidation target, given the base inherited. Mr. Speaker, just recently the Progressive, Mr. Speaker, could you ask the member for Pine Ridge, please? I mean, give us a little bit of respect. Mr. Speaker, just recently, the Progressive Liberal Party launched what it called its economic plan. Mr. Speaker, I believe the Minister of State for Finance summed it up exactly right when he said, and I quote, "It is regrettable that the opposition would use a matter as serious as our fiscal and economic health to choose to engage in rank populist politics." Rank populist politics. Mr. Speaker, when we decided in 2018 to increase the VAT to 12%, we did not do it in a vacuum. We gave due consideration to the experts within the ministry and other domestic and international partners. We considered VAT rates from 10% to 15% and ultimately fell on 12%, given the projected impact on revenue and on the overall progress of the economy. Fortunately, we were right in our assumptions, and the results are there for everyone to see. Mr. Speaker, as expected, inflation did increase, as it did when the PLP introduced its 750% regressive tax on the poor. But even so, real GDP grew by 3% that year, while the annual deficit decreased. So even as we increased VAT, GDP, real GDP grew. And the deficit came down. It was the right thing to do, Mr. Speaker. And it was the right time to do it. All right, let me help you. Unlike the PLP, who now comes into election on silly season, unlike the PLP, who came into the election on silly season, as some term it, selling dreams of a reduction in value-added tax rate, our strategy has been focused on growing the economic base through specific and targeted domestic support and intervention to benefit the most vulnerable in our community. While the headlines scream, PLP government would reduce that, what this headline does not highlight is at what cost? At what cost? For instance, will it sacrifice the gains that we have made in bringing the annual deficit down to an historic 10-year low? Extraordinary events like Dorian and COVID accepted. Historic 10-year low. Yeah. Will it sacrifice the VAT exemptions? And this is you, Fine Ridge. This is for you. Listen carefully. And you too, Golden Isle. Because you might want to concern yourself with this. I believe you already do care about the poor. I ain't sure about the rest. I believe you don't care. Will it sacrifice value-added tax exemptions? Effectively increasing VAT. Listen carefully. Effectively increasing VAT from 0 to 10%. 100% increase. That's what they're proposing. If you follow the numbers. Now, voodoo economics, you can do what you want, but the numbers don't lie. Will it sacrifice the value-added tax exemptions, effectively increasing value-added tax by 10% on bread basket items and on assorted other food items? Listen, Fine Rich, it's important. I want you to be able to have a cogent argument when you go talk to your constituents, right? On whatever campaign you want, whatever team you want. Indeed. Indeed. Will they increase VAT by 10% on bread basket items and on an assortment of other food items, school uniforms, and shoes, and back-to-school supplies, creative and printing industry equipment and supplies, prescription and non-prescription medicines, school tuition, electricity and water, private home insurance, at a time when the exposure to strong climate events and the risk to individuals and government is increasing. Mr. Speaker. No. Don't change subject. We come into the salary bit in a minute. No, don't change. Follow me. Stay with me. No, Fine Ridge, I need you to stay with me. Stay with me. Because I want you, I want to help you. Yeah, I want to help you because you have an influential voice. All right? I want you to, yeah. These were all hard-fought victories for the common man, Mr. Speaker, that the Ministry of Finance under my leadership and this administration achieved against the advice of some multilateral partners, foreign consultants who told the other group, you can't do that, tax the poor, who felt that our businesses did not have the skill or technology or the expertise to program a variety of taxable versus non-taxable items on the same receipt. Senator and I, we charted account. What do you mean? What are you trying to say about us? We can't figure out how to program a computer so that we can have taxable and non-taxable items? See, I mean, quite frankly, the last opposition should have been insulted. They should have been insulted, the last government. They should have been insulted with that kind of recommendation. I'm sure. I'm sure. Mr. Speaker, as an accountant, I knew that the position was inherently nonsense. And again, we were proven right. As for fallout from these exemptions, as I recall, one food store, popular food store, reported record sales, increases, and VAT increases after those exemptions were introduced. He said, whereas he thought that we would have reduced value-added tax, with the exemption, please, man, follow me. I tell you, follow me, No, you got to follow me. Stay here. You're trying to get ahead of me. Stay with me. I can take you there. Just take your time. This food store, popular food store, said taking VAT off of the bread basket items and these other items that I outlined actually caused his sales to go up. And we got more of that. Isn't that funny? So now, what did we achieve? We achieved what you were just talking about.
Honorable member, please stand by just a moment.
You carry on. Chair recognizes the East Grand Bomber.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy, this point hits home. And it should hit home to the members who are concerned about this tax burden on the poor. Because what the F&M did in increasing the taxes, we eliminated the burden, that burden. In fact, Mr. Speaker, they should be praising the F&M government. No, they should. Because this matter isn't a matter of politics right now. This is about the poor, who they claim to want to protect. You see, Mr. Speaker, when we designed the exemption, particularly around food and clothing and shoes and water and light, the things that every family, whether you poor or whether you rich, will utilize, we eliminated the value-added tax, meaning we gave that class of people, or actually we gave everybody, but that class of people would have benefited more, a 750% tax cut. 750% tax cut. And you can't argue with that. You absolutely dependent to the rich. You can't argue with that because the numbers are clear. It was 7.5% on the bread basket and these items before. The F&M came in and they took it away. They reduced it. They eliminated it. You can't argue with that. How do you say that we taxing the poor or we unfairly burdening the poor? How could you say that? The numbers don't add up. But Mr. Speaker, let me go on. No, Byron, you ain't following me. And I want to make sure you're with me because you are important to me. I want to make sure you get it. You can't talk about we increase it on one hand and take it away on the other hand. No, sir. No, sir. What we did, Mr. Speaker, is we said, who can best afford, what group, what class of people can best afford a tax increase? Yeah, under $300, no VAT. Okay. And most small homes in that category of people that we're worried about, their bill, their VAT is zero. Yeah, but that's a different story. You know, so you all like to confuse the situation. You know, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that is true about this opposition is that when they seem to be losing an argument, they start all kind of obfuscation and throwing things out against the wall to try and justify. Man, stick with the point. We discussing back now. We discussing back. Okay? We're talking about, come on, man. Stick with me. That's why I tell you, stay with me. Right? Hey, Mr. Speaker. Again. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely. So yeah. Let me make that clear. Let me make that clear, Mr. Speaker.
The member,
Again?
the member for Sanibel is on the point of order. What's the point of order?
Of a statement that Easton would have made, and he seemed
Clarification. There was a statement made by you that you clarified. I'm trying to. I'm getting in that note.
well, just one.
You're rising on a point of order on a clarification. You need to clarify. You need to rise on a point of order on the clarification if you're trying to clarify a point raised by East Grand Bahama that you would have made that you're assuming that you're putting that he took out of context.
Well, I think it could be a point that something that to me appears to be misleading. And so I just wanted to, if he clarifies it, then okay. He would have quantified the tax break to the persons in the more or less fortunate communities as 750%. And he spoke to targeted exemption. And if he could quantify that, then we could have a clearer understanding of whether the tax cut is in fact 750%.
I read about, but
The member raises the question. He wants the numbers. He's a numbers man, and I appreciate that. I would say this: when I did my budget communication, when we introduced the increase, I laid out in detail how the average man would benefit from what we were doing. I gave actual numbers. I did some examples of what you were paying before and what you would be paying after. And on average, as I recall it, and don't hold me to it, people would be receiving somewhere around $30 in savings a month as a result of what we were doing. That's people who are on the bottom. Right? So again, as the Prime Minister says, this is about actual dollar savings to those who need it the most vulnerable. People who spend less than. That's very practical. Remember, I need you to stay with me. Let me ask, Mr. Speaker, I know it's getting late and I know people are tired, but I really got a lot I want to get through here. But hold on. But Golden Eyes, listen to me for a quick second. No, hold on, one quick second. If you were paying, hold on, if you were paying $100, if your light bill was $100, and you had to pay VAT on top of that, how much would you pay? $107.50, right? No. You're trying to confuse the issue. Yeah, come on, man. Stay with me. Okay? The fact is, Mr. Speaker, the F&M, in making his proposal, eliminated the $7.50, so you only paid $100 that you use. But this plan that the PLP is putting, what I assume, I don't know, I didn't read the details of that. But from what they, colleagues, stay with me. So from what this PLP is putting forward, if I read it correctly, they're saying that instead of paying $100 that you pay now, you will pay $110. And by the way, that's more than the $107.50 that you paid before we did. So they doing a shell game on you. They're trying to do a shell game. Man, come on. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it has to. Mr. Speaker, there's no way that the numbers can work without them going back to a flat tax for everybody. It just doesn't work. It's just numbers. Mr. Speaker, these were hard-fought victories for the common man that we won. Will they cut services to the Bahamian people and reduce subventions to the most vulnerable in need of increased social intervention at this time? In this new plan that the PLP is putting forward, will they reduce subventions to state-owned enterprises like Bahamas Air? And we heard about the level of subvention it needs. Something got to be done about that, but that's a different discussion. Will they shut it down? Will they increase the cost of providing utilities to Family Island and New Providence to offset the current subvention? Will they start charging for garbage collection for private residents? And I'm going to confess here, my former colleagues would know that I am a proponent of residents paying for the collection of their garbage. It is done as a common practice in other parts of the country. We do it in Freeport. And in other parts of the world, it's a common practice. And the thing about it is, Mr. Speaker, for as little as $20 a month, we can raise, based upon some calculations I did, $55 million a year. They don't pay for garbage. They can pay $55 million a year, raise $55 million a year to offset, listen to this now, to offset the $50 million garbage collection bill. And that is, by the way, again, putting in protections for the poor. So you could say for certain areas, certain zones, and the Prime Minister has the economic empowerment zone, he can say in those areas, they will not pay the fee. But the people in Lyford Key, the people in Old Fort Bay, the people in I think they pay their own fees now, so don't be unfair to them. But people in Tropical Gardens and people in Stapleton and people in Gambia. I ain't gonna say Gambia. But we know the areas, upper middle class areas and above. They can pay $20 a month, man, to collect your garbage. And the thing about it is, if you're paying for it, if you're paying for that service, guess what? You can complain. Because you got my $20, I want my service. But if you ain't paying for it, well, if it don't come today, well, I ain't paying for it, so. It is. It is the best collection, I agree with you. But we can do better. We can do better. And for $20 a month, come on, man. We could offset $50 million of government expense. But anyway, I leave that. I'm not in it. It is what it is. But it's time to start to lead on this matter. Mr. Speaker, will they roll back the personal travel exemption increase from $300 to $500? We reduced it to $300. Are they going to? You're right at the moment. But hopefully we all can travel soon. When are they going to increase it back to $500? Extension for first time home buyer stamp exemption. Are they going to eliminate that? For businesses, Mr. Speaker, will they eliminate the business license concessional rate for small hotels and registered schools? That's something that we did. Are they going to eliminate the extension of duty concessions for Nassau and Family Island development? Tax concessions for charitable organizations and church buses? Exemptions on fridge and stoves for young people starting out on their own? They tax-free now, you know. Exemptions of duty on musical instruments for the many marching bands and junkanoo groups and musical and creative artists. Are they going to eliminate those? Are they going to roll back the relief for business owners, such as the reduction and elimination of duty on licensed import retailers of clothes and shoes, goods for commercial printing, processing garment manufacturing equipment, sewing supplies, including fabric and zippers to empower sewers, art supplies? I'm asking them the question. I'm not asking you the question, Mark. You're an F&M. I'm asking you. You act like you're something else, but you're an F&M. Exercise machines, customs duty reductions on electrical and hybrid vehicles and motorcycles. We reduced it from 25% to 10%. Solar kits were made duty free. The Overhill economic empowerment zones, which allowed for real property tax, customs duties, excise fees, business license and stamp tax exemptions. Are they going to roll that back? Engliston would want to know, and I'm sure she would have a particular interest in having a second look at this PLP proposed plan. Centerville too, I'm sure you would want to know. What are they talking about? You're a man about numbers. And so you know, 1 minus 1 is 0, but 1 minus 2 is minus 1. It can't work. You know, Golden Eyes, I believe you're going on that side at the wrong time. Honestly, I believe you're going at the wrong time. Okay? Oh, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But they don't take you to the meeting. That's a bad sign. But anyway, just asking on behalf of the Bahamian people. God bless you. Just asking on behalf of the Bahamian people for clarity, Mr. Speaker. And I encourage the press to dig deeper if they need to engage some economists. Because we need to understand what it is that they're proposing. You see, Mr. Speaker, as they say, we're in the silly season now. And so they're promising everything. But we don't have time for that. We need real solutions to real problems now. Mr. Speaker, in approaching the 2018-19 budget and the shared sacrifice being asked of the Bahamian people for their patience, discipline, and investment in the future of our nation to ensure its fiscal sustainability, stability, and national security as a result, we outlined a three-year consolidation plan. In year one, we promised to clear $172 million of the $360 million in arrears identified in the previous year, to finance priority projects in advancing the socio-economic agenda, educational, social, and economic empowerment, to implement targeted tax relief, and to adopt fiscal responsibility measures. And we did that, Mr. Speaker. In year two, we promised to clear $106 million in arrears, begin customs and excise duty reduction. And we did that to the extent possible, but we were constrained in doing what we wanted to do because of Hurricane Dorian of September 1st of 2019. That threw all the projections off and caused a complete readjustment of the budget priorities and spending, as well as delaying the fiscal consolidation plan as outlined in the fiscal strategy report presented to this Parliament. In year three, we promised to complete clearing of arrears and further reduction in customs excise duties of approximately $100 million. So the plan was increased VAT, but reduced duty. You know what that means? That means that people who were importing supplies, businesses that were importing supplies, they didn't have to put as much money out up front, right? For duty. And they paid after with VAT. And by the way, the auto dealers will tell you, the auto dealers, auto dealers we granted to them this benefit. So they don't have to pay that duty up front, meaning that they could import more cars, have less carrying value, and hopefully pass that savings on to the Bahamian public. Mr. Speaker, we introduced, these efforts in the 2020-21 budget were significantly curtailed as a result of the fiscal adjustments required after Hurricane Dorian and then the onset of COVID-19 pandemic. We did give those duty exemptions. They did go into effect, but we didn't get to the 100 million that we had anticipated, that we wanted to get to. Mr. Speaker, because of COVID, we introduced the Fiscal Responsibility Act in 2018 and passed it. This landmark and historic act outlined a path to sustainability, transparency, stability, accountability, and reduction of the fiscal deficit from the then 5% of GDP we had 1 year prior, to more manageable levels of 0.5% of deficit to GDP. That was the plan, to go from 5% deficit spending to GDP to 0.5% deficit spending to GDP, which together with real GDP growth would lead to a path towards eventual debt reduction. I am proud to say that despite the naysayers, both locally and internationally, our plan was working before being derailed by Dorian and later COVID. You know, it's comical that the opposition expressed dismay about the delay in the presentation and debate of the fiscal strategy report. Because you might recall, Mr. Speaker, that they did not support that historic modern piece of legislation. They went so far as to say that they would not be bound by it and would repeal it, as I recall. They can correct me. You see, Mr. Speaker, commitment to fiscal discipline, the responsibility, transparency, and accountability principle has to mean more than just words. You can't say that you believe in these things and then oppose the sensible legislation to enforce it and give it structure. You're just saying anything. But you're not demonstrating the commitment. It should be sensible to anybody. No, if you say you believe in fiscal transparency, how you can come along and say, oh, but don't put in no legislation that binds me? What are you saying? You're lying to me. I'm not going to use that word near. You're telling mistruth. You're trying to swing me. There you go. Keep arguing. But Mr. Speaker, I am proud of that act, as it provides the very framework. It provides the very framework we need to ensure governments of the future do not go buck wild, my word, do not go off the rails. Again, in the lead up to general elections, again adding debt and pain to current and future generations without due consideration and scrutiny of the long-term implications. Mr. Speaker, during 2018, we also streamlined a number of our processes pertaining to business license applications and renewals in a bid to remove the level of bureaucracy associated with starting a business. To begin, we removed the fee for starting a new business. This means that many Bahamians, young and old, who had a dream of opening their own business could have applied for a business license free of charge. Golden Isles, that means your constituents that you're concerned about it, I know you're concerned about, could go, he's a Christian man, of course, principled man, could have gone and started a business without paying any business license fee. My God, that deserves a clap. Talk about empowering Bahamians. Come on, more than 350 in West Grand Bahama. My Lord. Soon after, talk about an economic plan. My God. Soon after, the Department of Inland Revenue introduced the consolidated application. To renew your business license, business owners were able to submit all of the required documents for renewal into one portal on the Department of Inland Revenue's website, as opposed to having to go to each individual agency to submit the required documents. As a result of this, and the extended business hours of Inland Revenue offices, business owners were getting approvals for renewals in under 48 hours. Under 48 hours. What once took weeks and sometimes months in the past took 2 days under this administration. Man, I deserve another clap. Progress. Moreover, we introduced a provisional license for low-risk businesses. Businesses that were either home-based who are home-based, conducted in non-regulated sectors, or consist of a sole proprietorship, are deemed low risk and could receive a provisional license upon application for a business license. So they didn't have to wait for the police to go inspect the place, for environmental health or physical planning to go inspect the place. They could start. So brother Chipman from Centerville, he has his firm, but if he wanted to start a firm, a new firm, because he is a low-risk business, he could get a provisional license tomorrow. Come on, man. Come on, Golden Isles. Come on, Pine Ridge. You got to clap for that. That's progress. Mr. Speaker, apart from our effort to streamline business processes to encourage new businesses, we also address the gaps between aspiring entrepreneurs and capital funding. The Small Business Development Center has not only provided access to $60 million of capital for 1,600 small businesses in the Bahamas, but also provided advisory services for these budding entrepreneurs. This ensures that they are equipped for success, not just financially, but also operationally. Bahamas have certainly found the value in this initiative, and I am singularly proud, Mr. Speaker, of this program, introduced and launched under my guidance at the Ministry of Finance and under the leadership of the Acting Financial Secretary, Marlon Johnson, and Executive Director, Davinia Grant, and their team. I must also give due credit to Ms. Christina Sweeting and Kemi Jones, who brought this concept to me initially. And though they had to be transitioned off the program, remained the inspiration for my eagerness to see it to fruition. Mr. Speaker, I never grew tired of hearing the success stories from this program. I see them as my children, and each time I see one of them advancing, it does my heart well and justifies the sacrifice, criticism, and attacks being a minister of finance sometimes generates. Just recently, a new farming initiative relayed how this program had launched and inspired their operation. Well, you know how good that made me feel. I try to contain it because I want to be humble. But I was excited. Others routinely stop me to say thanks to this government for giving them a chance that they would not have ordinarily had. The program has grown into over the hill areas. I got to do something about these termites. The program has grown into over the hill areas.
You did ask for a new house, you know, Mr. Minister.
I agree. But maybe one of those small business development program persons to come and do something about this for us. But anyway, the program has grown into over the hill areas, delivering opportunities directly to inner city residents. And I encourage them to continue taking advantage of the program, thereby empowering themselves and their communities. This is what it's all about, Mr. Speaker. The government using its resources and capabilities to empower individuals to empower their communities. Golden Isles, Pine Ridge, Centerville. Man, tell me that ain't good. Tell me that don't deserve credit. I want to encourage this government, and as importantly, the next one, not to give up on this program. It has made too much of a positive impact to be abandoned. I also want to impress upon the government and all to please do not allow rank politics to interfere with the objective operation of this program. We've been blessed with a tremendously talented board and the team at the Small Business Development Center Accelerator, and we must allow them to do their work impartially and on the merits of each application, regardless of their personal politics, which island or constituency they come from. Many of my colleagues would attest to the fact that I've always resisted the invitation to intervene in decisions of the board, much to the chagrin. But I honestly felt, and I still feel, that if we're going to get the best ideas out front and producing, we have to include all Bahamians in this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Education would have outlined the investment flowing from the 2018-19 budget this government made in education, from preschool grants to grant and aids for church-sponsored schools for the first time ever. Free, Mr. Speaker. Yes, free education at the university and technical schools through the University of the Bahamas and Bahamas Technical and Vocational Institute. Y'all should clap for that, man. That's some of y'all people. And Mr. Speaker, the Family Island. Hold on. My God. Hold on, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. You know, the member for Pine Ridge, I don't know, he wants to talk about everything. He wants to have a comment about everything. But how could you argue about free education at the University of the Bahamas and BTVI? How can you do that? Mr. Speaker, the member is saying that you have to have qualifications to get in. But of course you gotta have qualifications to get into university. What do you think this is? A paper mill? What do you think this is? You have to have qualifications. My God. Mr. Speaker.
East Grand Bahama, the member for Pine Ridge is on a point of order. That's a point of order.
Misleading. I'm aware.
You say
that-
Pine Ridge is what?
Point of order. Point of order is that what the statement being made could be misleading. As far as I am aware, having served in the other place, as far as I'm aware, once you had 5 BGCSEs between the A and C, you were able to get into university. The concept that this government has perceived people into believing is without any of those degrees, they could enter into the college, or without those exams, they could enter. Huh?
Mr. Speaker.
I don't.
That's the narrative.
point.
As in anybody who
Pine Ridge. I didn't hear the member for East Grand Bahama make that claim. Nor did I ever hear any member of the government make the claim. Free education, getting into the University of the West, to get into the University of the Bahamas. But to get in, no one spoke to the standards or the qualification.
Mr. Speaker.
Carry on, East Grand Bahama. Keep
In any event, Mr. Speaker, I think the Pine Ridge, relax yourself, man. Yeah, I know they won't know, but I believe they know. But Mr. Speaker, Pine Ridge, man,
Can we let East Grand Bahama finish? Pine Ridge. Not up.
Speaker, I believe the member also knows that UB has a pre-university or pre-course program that where you do not have the qualifications to enter university level courses, college prep, as we call it back, I don't know if they still call it that, but college prep, that you can take those classes to bring yourself up to the level that you can have full entry. So again, what's the point? What are we arguing about here?
Yeah, carry on.
Mr. Speaker. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the government also provided stipendary support for Family Island students who come to Nassau for living accommodations. Man, you can't argue with that. Man, you can't argue with that. Mr. Speaker, only an underexposed person would argue against that. Someone who willfully wants to stop others from taking advantage of a tremendous program would say that. It's not a bad thing, Mr. Speaker. It's a good investment. For the people from Saudi Lutra, good investment. People from Pine Ridge, good investment. Come on, man. You can't argue with everything. Mr. Speaker, these initiatives were designed to empower our people in the relatively new knowledge-based economy that we must find ways to exploit as we look for economic diversification. Not some dream-selling catchy words, Mr. Speaker, but real plans for substantive diversification programs that will lead to strong long-term results. Mr. Speaker, approximately $20 million annually is allocated to fund this tuition and training initiative at the University of the Bahamas and the Bahamas Technical and Vocational Institute alone. Additional funding is allocated for scholarships for international students and at regional universities for those pursuing studies abroad. Mr. Speaker, through our efforts towards fiscal responsibility and sustainability, called for sacrifice, Bahamians saw the measures within the budget for the good they instilled, rather than lose them in the cloud of fiscal restraint. Mr. Speaker, 2019 was a heartbreaking year, a watershed year for this country. But most particularly for the residents of Grand Bahama, particularly East Grand Bahama and Abaco. Mr. Speaker, I listened to the member for North Abaco yesterday as he expressed his feelings about the situation in Abaco as he would have experienced it. And he and I would have had some conversations about this. Because in this particular circumstance, I think it's true that he who feels it knows it. And I'm a strong person. As he is a military officer, strong people. So there ain't no weakling. But I think it even caught us a little bit off guard, how that affected us. September 1st, 2019 will forever be recorded in the history book as the worst and strongest Atlantic hurricane to strike the Bahamas, causing catastrophic public, private, and commercial infrastructure loss. But most importantly, Mr. Speaker, the loss of lives. Too many to name. Many, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, are still missing. And that hurts almost as much. Every day, survivors are wondering, questioning in their minds, what has happened to my loved one? Yeah, absolutely. These communities, Mr. Speaker, despite efforts of the government, will never be the same. Mr. Speaker, the experience of Dorian, for those who lived it and continue to live it each day, has been traumatic and heartbreaking. Families continue to grieve for loved ones, particularly those still unclaimed or lost and presumed dead by family members. Not being able to have closure has been especially difficult. I call upon the government to deliver on its commitment to those families, to speed up the process of declaring the missing dead, so their families can get past this and bring closure. Access life insurance proceeds to help sustain themselves, take possession of property and assets, and otherwise settle their affairs. Mr. Speaker, we all know what happened that day, and every day we delay this process, we are adding insult to injury. Let's fix this problem. Let's fix this. We can do this. And that don't take, Mr. Speaker, no special power. I am advised that the coroner's court can do it. So taking the advice of my colleague, the coroner's court can do it, but the magistrate court can do it quicker. The inquest, they can do an inquest and have it done quicker. Mr. Speaker, let's do this. Golden Island's right. Let's provide the leadership. And I call upon the Attorney General's office, the cabinet, to please, on behalf of those Bahamians who are suffering, and I can tell you, there's some people suffering. There's a young lady, and y'all would have seen her because there was a video out on her experience where she lost her children and her husband. She herself is a walking miracle. How she survived, it just defies any earthly logic. Mr. Speaker, you have to help us. Bring closure to this. And so I want to say to the government, you ministers, make this a priority. Let's make this a priority. Let's get this done. Some things are difficult. This ain't that difficult. Let's get this done. Mr. Speaker, my heart goes out to all those who are still displaced in rental accommodation, under constant threat of eviction, and those living in camping tents, not designed for long-term living. Rain come and wet them. Sun come and dry them. Hot days have them sweltering. Cold days have them freezing. And rainy days have them battling sandflies, or no-see-ums, as they call them, and mosquitoes. Centipedes bite them, and rusty nails and debris cut and infect them. All the while, these people, my people, cry for relief. They can see it, Mr. Speaker. The Disaster Recovery Authority is a wonderful organization. They can see it, but they can't access it. Again, on behalf of the residents of East Grand Bahama that I represent, and I'm sure North Abaco could say the same thing, Central Abaco could say the same thing. Done. Let's get this done. Mr. Speaker, temporary dome homes, and don't talk to me about every constituency, because I can tell you that can raise a little bit of anger in me. You see, because what was experienced in Abaco and Grand Bahama is unprecedented. So don't tell me about every constituency. Don't tell me that. Yeah, but we ain't talking about that right now. We ain't talking about that right now. Mr. Speaker, temporary dome homes intended to provide immediate relief remain in trailers on the High Rock Community Park in Grand Bahama. It's a year after you. 20 container homes donated by the MSC Foundation. And I see them in the book, the annual report of the DRA, are damaged and strewn around Sweetings Key in nothing less than what I consider a national embarrassment. I'm sorry I call it like it is. Not to offend anybody. It's a fact. I do not. And Madam Minister, I mentioned that you're going to have a challenge. You got to, hopefully you'll be able to deal with this matter. I do not accept that it's because of the lack of funding that we've not been able to do these things. I do not accept that. It has to do more. I am the Minister of Finance, that's why I can tell you. It's not about funding. My brother, you don't understand government, obviously. But be that as it may, we must bring some urgency to this matter. Let's bring some urgency to this matter. Let's do what we can. We can't fix everybody. Listen, I ain't asking the government to fix everybody. We can't. No, I ain't into that today. Right? Yeah, I know, and I accept that. But we're talking about people who are living in tents, for God's sake. Camping tents. A year and a half after the storm, when we have dome homes, which you could debate whether we should have bought them or not, but we have dome homes sitting in a trailer. 40 of them, I understand. How do you justify that? How do I hold my head up in front of my constituents as a responsible, caring person and say to them, my brother, my sister, we got tents. We got to go home. If we can't find 5,000 or 10,000 or whatever it is to construct you one, so you're gonna have to live in that tent. I'm so sorry. Rain come and wet you, sun set you, you're getting bite by centipedes. I say to my colleagues, because I'm embarrassed by this, and my colleagues know. They know. See, I'm not a member of the cabinet now, so I can say a little more. I can talk a little bit more freely. See, I couldn't talk before, but I can talk now. We need to deal. Yeah, absolutely. We need to deal with this matter. Come on, man. Let's do what we can do.
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
This is the free national movement.
I think a minister is on the point of.
Point of order. Thank
The
you.
chair recognizes West Grand Bahama, Bimini.
I'm coming to it, Mike.
Is that a minister on the point of order?
Point of order. Mr. Speaker, I do not disregard the passion that the member of East Grand Bahama has for his community and the need for better focus and more attention to be given. While I understand his concern and obviously passion, as I mentioned, I wish to note that in my short time of coming to the DRA as well as NEMA, the intricacies that have been involved in coming to restoration. This is a project, this is something that will not happen overnight. I don't want him to continue along the vein in which he is implying that there is no care or concern relative to what our people are experiencing. I do believe that the organization, the entities involved in restoration are doing what they can and will continue to move forward in the best possible way. Just coming in, I wish to pledge to you and to your constituents as well as those in Abaco that we will move forward and we will do everything in their best interest.
I want to.
Chair recognizes Southern Shores.
Mr. Deputy,
I've never seen someone closing a debate, closing a debate and getting orders by his own members. Chair recognizes Southern Shores.
I move that the business of this house continues beyond the 7 p.m. hour.
Being moved and seconded that the business of this house continue beyond the 7 p.m. hour. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing, as many members that remain, as many members that are favored remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The business of this house should carry on beyond the 7 p.m. hour. Chair recognizes again the member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know that members are ready to go home, but I really want to get through this. Like as I said at the outset, I don't know if I'll ever have this chance again. So I'm going to take advantage of it. And I do apologize.
Yeah, we do see the encyclopedia defending.
But Mr. Speaker, I want to clarify because I never said, and I don't want anybody to take the view from my comments that people do not care, that the authorities do not care. I don't want to give that. What I am saying, though, Mr. Speaker, is that we have to be more intentional, more urgent about addressing these matters because people's lives are involved. That's what I'm trying to say. And money, in this particular instance, can't be the restriction. 200,000, 500,000 to get those domes homes up and done can't be an excuse. I'm so sorry. Right? Especially, Mr. Speaker. I got into another point. But I ain't gonna let you get off easy. Mr. Speaker. And I might offend some people with what I'm going to say now, but it's the way I feel. $1 million parks. $1 million parks. Roads to nowhere with the hope that people will come and use them to visit remote sites. Sidewalks. And even double lane sidewalks. Bridges that are necessary, yes. Need repair, yes. But like the people in High Rock, whose seawall I advocated to be strengthened or repaired prior to Dorian, can't get a seawall. They've done bridges to be talking about. I don't know what state they're in, and I don't want to give the impression that I don't care about that. Because if they are, in fact, at the stage where they need to be repaired or replaced because of danger, please, do proceed. But the people in High Rock that I represent, and I'm speaking to my people today, their seawall did not get repaired. And as a result, but I don't want to even say that because that might be a little bit too cold. But I believe that if we had acted on that seawall, we might have saved more. And Mr. Speaker, as a point, that seawall or piece of seawall we had is gone. It washed away in Hurricane Dorian, which means now people who are rebuilding in those exact same spots, those persons are now at even greater risk, not from a Category 5 storm, but from a Category 3 storm, because there's no seawall anymore. I speak for them. Because they're exposed. So, yes, all this infrastructure that we've talked about, that's good. You know, a basketball gym in South. No, hold on, man. Let me talk. You know, a basketball gym in South Andrews. That's important. That's for the kids. For that. But it can't be more important than saving or putting in infrastructure to save people's lives. Can't be. That's my business. Mr. Speaker, even though the threat is even more urgent now, with no seawall, and people building back every day as hurricane season fast approaches, waterworks, Mr. Speaker, all over the country. But the people of East Grand Bahama cannot get stable and potable water. We drinking salt water, we get salt water in our pipes. And some of it, let me finish. You can, when I finish the point, then you can go. So,
are you going to yield?
Mr. Speaker, the water supply in Grand Bahama is provided by the Grand Bahama Utility Company.
Is Grand Bahama, you're going to wait until he's finished?
Yeah, I know. I tell you, let me finish the point. Let me get my words out, man. I'm fair. The water in Grand Bahama, the island of Grand Bahama, is provided by the Grand Bahama Utility Company. And I know, not by water and sewage. And I know, in fairness to them, that they are in building a reverse osmosis plant to help. And I don't want them to understand because they're my friends too. I don't want them to think that I'm attacking them. I think it took a little long to get to this position, but be that as it may. Right? But what is the water and sewage's responsibility is Sweden's key. And the fact that we had to get and wait for a non-governmental organization to come to trench water lines, because the existing water lines are just messed up, and to put in generators, and to put in solar, and put in new storage. Man, come on, man. Come on.
On the point of order, the East Grand Bahama, on the point of order, Chair recognizes Long Island.
I most certainly need to speak to the member for East Grand Bahama's comments on Sweden's Key. Firstly, the member knows when he started in the other place, the Water and Sewage Corporation requested some money to execute work in Sweden's Key. There were several requests advanced to the member and his ministry at the time for those works. We did not get those monies. That's just a fact. Right? Let me also say, Mr. Speaker, that hold on.
Members, let's try to get through this. The member for East Grand Bahama has a thick speech.
Speaker, let me also note that notwithstanding the fact the WSC did not receive those monies, we have strived to do our endeavor best in Sweden's Key without those monies having come after multiple requests from the member for East Grand Bahama. One, WSC sent a team into Sweden's Key on multiple occasions and tried to address the water. Conrad, let me finish. Tried to address the water distribution issues. Did a comprehensive assessment of the situation in Sweden's Key. And in addition to that, WSC has been working with these NGOs that were mentioned by the member for East Grand Bahama to ensure that water is in Sweden's Key. That's number three. Additionally, WSC, without this money that was requested, purchased a plant for Sweden's Key. I believe that plant is presently in Sweden's Key. Moreover, WSC has two members of staff assigned to Sweden's Key. One of them is now temporarily on loan to the Grand Bahama Utility Company, and the other one and she works between Sweetenski and GBUC, and the other one is in Sweetenski. Okay, so Mr. Speaker,
Yes,
those are the facts.
thank you. The chair recognizes again. East
Speaker,
Grand Bahama.
and they tell me I should not answer. And I'm not going to answer directly because I don't want to get into a back and forth. But let me just say this. We're debating the mid-year report, which is based upon a budget that was established in June of the previous year. And it happens every year. You do not have the luxury of just going and finding some money because corporation acts for it. We have to budget and we have to set priorities. That's how it works. Right? If it was up to me, you think I wouldn't take $1 million and send it to fix Sweetie Ski? Man, listen, in a hurry. So I don't want anybody to give the impression that me, the Minister of Finance at the time, the Member of Parliament responsible for representing Sweetie Ski, willfully or unwillfully, whatever the word is, otherwise, would have held back money that would have helped get water back in Sweetie Ski sooner. Let's leave it at that. Mr. Speaker. No, Mr. Speaker, let's move on. The point is, the member's already made his point. Mr. Speaker, East Grand Bahama deserves.
Hold on, what's the point of order? He's rising on the point, rising on the point of order.
Speaker, the members made a comment, right? I'm not gonna focus on whether or not he held back any money. I'm not getting into that, right? All I'm saying is, we requested in the wake of the hurricane monies for Sweeting Ski as well. And so when he mentioned Sweeting Ski, I don't want an aspersion to be cast as if the Water and Sewer Corporation is not working in Sweeting Ski or trying to address the concerns in Sweeting Ski.
Thank you.
Because that is exactly, Mr. Speaker, let me finish. That's exactly what we did. We sought to do so and we've continued to do so, even up to now.
Yeah, you made 4 points on that. Yeah.
I can say this much, okay? I believe it's Convoy of Hope or Samaritans First. One of the, I think it's Samaritans First. Dug the lines and laid the line. Convoy of Hope and Samaritans First, building the building to house the reverse osmosis. So, Mr. Speaker. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, maybe the member knows something and we can talk about it. But anyway, East Grand Bahama, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, deserves better. And they want water, exactly. Mr. Speaker, it cannot be okay that almost 2 years later, we're still struggling. And colleagues, like I said, I'm going to speak for the people of East Grand Bahama. We're struggling to have a modular clinic constructed in High Rock. The distance between these settlements and Freeport is massive. Great. You know that there are no emergency vehicles stationed in these communities in East Grand Bahama in the event of an illness. So you know that it must be an urgent need for us to have clinics. What happens if something happens? These fishermen, what happens if something happens out there on the water? And they got to come to land, how long that takes. And because there's no emergency vehicle, because there's no clinic, I can tell you, we're operating out of a tent on a community park. They got to hike a ride to Freeport. Come on. We can do better than that. Mr. Speaker, my hat goes off to the hardworking doctors and nurses who must be especially rewarded at the end of this for their dedication and commitment to the residents in the most vulnerable conditions. These doctors, nurses, administrative, and allied health professionals in Grand Bahama have never wavered. They are and have been committed, and I salute them and thank them from the bottom of my heart. Currently in East Grand Bahama, the clinic is a tent and a container that was donated. Like the persons living in the tents, the rain, wet, and dry are patients every day. We could do better than that. Mr. Speaker, the schools in East Grand Bahama were totally destroyed. 4 schools that, if necessary for efficiency's sake, can be rehabilitated, remain untouched, and the same state as the day the storm hit, as we wait to learn the date for the start of construction of a new planned comprehensive school. Mr. Speaker, while we would love a new school and deserve one that can serve as a hurricane shelter for the people of East Grand Bahama, one like the $10 million school that I saw pictures of for Ragged Island, the one that's going to be built in Inagua. Mind you, they have a school in it. I've been to the school in Inagua, and I ain't taking nothing from them. Please, my mother and my family from Inagua, so I ain't taking nothing. But they have a school. Ragged Island, I believe it's 48 people that live there. But my schools in East Grand Bahama, 4 of them, I can't get a school. I can't get my schools fixed. So my kids, Mr. Speaker, imagine this. Young children from 5 years old to 16, who may live on the key, on Sweetings Key, have to wake up at ungodly hours of the morning, whether it's raining, whether it's cold or not, catch a boat, 15, 20-minute boat ride from the key to the mainland, join their colleagues, and take an hour bus ride, to get to school. How are those children supposed to perform? Huh? How are those children expected to succeed, to stay up and on the same level as their peers? Come on, man. Come on. We can do better than that. I want to recommend to my government that we repair at least 2 of these schools. Let's repair at least 2 of these schools so the kids, particularly the younger ones, can have a shorter commute to school and have a better chance of success in their academics career. The work that we've done to these schools will not go in vain. If we do get the comprehensive school, then that will be an added thing because we do need a hurricane shelter in East Grand Bahama. We don't have one. When we have hurricanes, the people have to go to Freeport, and then because water rises in a certain area of the road, they can't get back home for days for flooding. So they're up in Freeport stuck, even after the storm. So we do need a hurricane shelter in the community. But until we get it, let's put these at least 2 schools back together so these children can be with their families in their communities and have a better chance of success. Mr. Speaker, the administrative complex and high school, we doing face to face. Mr. Speaker, the administrative complex in High Rock was leveled, not a block standing. This complex housed the administrator and local government officers, who are now removed from access by the community by virtue of them being housed in Freeport. The police now patrol the area, but have no place to rest and to interview people. Security is inherently compromised, although I must commend the officers who patrol the area from the Eastern Division with regularity. This situation, likewise, must be addressed. Now, lest someone say I'm ungrateful. I'm not independent, I'm an F&M. And let me tell you, there's no question about me being an F&M. There's no question. I don't want nobody to get confused with that. Now, lest someone say I'm ungrateful. I do want to thank the government for its recent infrastructure work in the constituency, for which I have been advocating for over 9 years now, under the former government and with the current government. I don't know if it's because my replacement has been named, but whatever. I am grateful for and on behalf of the people. Roads are being repaired and widened in dangerous areas where the width of the street did not meet code, and the dock building in McLeanstown has been repaired. Thank you, and I look forward to even more necessary works as lives are restored and people return home. In particular, there are two causeways that do not meet code from width or for the surface that exists, the pavement. And I don't know why they were skipped over in this current work scope that is underway. But I hope that as they repair these causeways and bridges that I heard about today, that consideration would be given to prioritizing these causeways for safety reasons. I am hopeful that our boat ramps will be repaired and new boat ramps will be constructed in the various settlements, like I heard spoken about today, being constructed in other constituencies. The East End is a fishing community, and it needs this infrastructure and repairs of public docks in Sweetings Key and Water Key. Minister, the minister's not here, but colleagues, let us have some of the love that you've shown to constituencies held by the opposition. East Grand Bahama has been loyal. Only once it was held by anybody else. But you can't seem to get no love. You're doing work in Houma. You're doing work in Cat Island. You're doing work in South Andrews. You're doing work in Ragged Island. But East Grand Bahama is loyal. We deserve to have our infrastructure addressed. Mr. Speaker, I know I'm actually going and I apologize, y'all could beat me up later. But it is what it is. Mr. Speaker, I'm also grateful to the government that the home repair grants issued by the Disaster Recovery Authority has restarted. And I encourage persons still in need of such assistance to contact the authority for fulfillment of the commitments made. I am eternally grateful to the Rotary Clubs in Grand Bahama, Samaritan's Purse, Convoy of Hope, CORE, the Catholic and Anglican churches, and other NGOs for what they've done in directly building and repairing homes for East Grand Bahama residents. Your generosity will never be forgotten. Mr. Speaker, over the course of the 2018-19 year, the government substantially met its commitments as outlined in the budget. We paid off $129.6 million in old bills, and we budgeted for another $100 million. We cut the deficit dramatically for the year to approximately $137 million, which was the lowest deficit in 10 years. We implemented duty reductions worth $28 million and made the zero rating for VAT on light and water bills permanent. Further expanded opportunities in education to help break the cycle of poverty. Invested in entrepreneurs to build job creators. Began building 21st century infrastructure as a new foundation for growth with a commitment for $170 million in renewable energy projects over the next 10 years, with a focus on solar energy projects in the Family Islands. We have increased the ease of doing business, although we acknowledge we still have quite a ways to go with this initiative. No more standing in lines at the passport office, thanks to the minister and his initiative. You will be able to renew your passports online throughout the country. No more waiting weeks or months to renew your business license. You can get a license in 48 hours. And no more waiting in lines to get your driver's license. You can apply online for that too. Lastly, we began the digital transformation to a modern government with massive investments in technological integration. The Department of Technology was transitioned to the Department of Transformation and Digitization with an increased allocation of $15 million. Mr. Speaker, Customs rolled out the new online system called Click to Clear that made customs processing faster, paperless, and convenient. And I thank the Customs Department for their efforts in this transition, fighting through the roadblocks, the challenges, and remaining focused on the goals of efficiency, service, and integrity. We began to roll out the Real Property Tax Project with Tyler Technologies and new data sets to update the land registry, bringing about 9,000 unregistered properties into the fold on the tax roll so everyone pays their fair share. The system of valuing properties was updated to be more transparent and data-driven, allowing for more timely follow-up of exceptions, thus driving up compliance and collections. No need to reinvent the wheel, Exuma, opposition. We're already doing it. Our business licenses, we facilitated business filings, their annual returns at different times during the year. To promote tax fairness, we streamlined all of the different tax tribunals and appeal bodies into one single tax commission with independence from taxing authorities to ensure equity. Mr. Speaker,
Members.
Mr. Speaker, I never-
Members.
We introduced
Order, members. Let's listen to East Grand Mama.
Mr. Speaker.
Finish his contribution.
We introduced VAT on on vacation home rentals for the first time. Yeah, we got to collect it, and we collected. VAT regulations to be enforced. We introduced the gaming tax. Well, no, that's part of, no, Golden Isles is a good point. But a part of the process, or the Tyler Technologies project to update the real property tax roll that I mentioned, is we started in Nassau, but the next move is to use the training that the foreign consultants are providing to Bahamians who are attached to the project to go into the family islands, Exuma, Eleuthera, and some of the other family islands, Abaco. We know that there are people that are not on the tax roll. Now, some of them keys, I can tell you, there's some funny heads of agreements that were signed. Some strange ones that effectively exempts these people from paying tax for a long time. And we got to figure that out, how to address that. But that's a different argument. But the point is that we ain't forget them people out there. We go in there too. We introduced the gaming tax. Voting permit fees were increased. Real property thresholds on owner-occupied homes were increased from a ceiling of $50,000 to $60,000. So when the government, the opposition, gets on their feet and tell a bold-faced lie, bold-faced untruth, prevarication. When they stand on their feet and say that this government reduced the tax on foreign homeowners and rich people, it is a untruth, absolute untruth. It always was, and it still is. We are increasing the ceiling that these upper wealthy and high value homes will pay from $50,000 to $60,000. So when they say we neglected to tax or roll back taxes on the wealthy homeowners, tell them, try again. We ain't swinging us with that. New fee structures for banks and trust companies with no more offshore, onshore distinctions, eliminating so-called ring fencing, expanding opportunities for Bahamians to do business with international clients, with business license fees calculations excluding export turnover on sale or sales. So if you were an accountant or a lawyer and you are doing business for a client in another jurisdiction and you're billing them in that foreign jurisdiction, you no longer have to pay value-added tax. Absolute opportunity for us, for mostly for professionals, but for others, to export their services using technology, export their services, and earn foreign exchange, as a matter of fact, using their knowledge while living here. It supports the program that the Minister for Immigration has launched for people to live or move to the Bahamas for a period during this COVID pandemic. Because those people can come here, set up their little shop, provide their services as they would have done when they were home, and not be subject to value-added tax. But we would gain from them being here through rentals, all the services they use, the utilities they use, et cetera, et cetera. Mr. Speaker, on our transparency agenda, our quarterly revenue and expenditure reports introduced in 2017 was a tangible representation of our commitment to transparency and continued to present current available data for anyone who genuinely wants to see how and what amount of revenues government is collecting and where from, or borrowing, and exactly how and where those funds are being spent. We also launched the government's budget website, bahamasbudget.gov.bs. Details and communications are regularly posted. As I said on the introduction of these innovative and modern tools, there is no need to listen to political spin or trickery about government finances. The facts have been presented by the Ministry of Finance, not the minister, but the Ministry of Finance professionals, for all to see and analyze in a timely manner. So for those propagandists, many of whom obviously have a challenge in comprehension, much less reading and writing, you can access this information readily available, perpetually available, before blasting out inaccurate information, making yourselves look silly and uninformed. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Finance talented communications team also produced an annual budget talk live press conference annually, where the financial secretary and I fielded questions from the press in real time to bring immediate clarity to the budget and its provisions in furtherance of the government's annual plan. Revolutionary and accountable to the Bahamian people. No hiding, dodging, or ducking. No cutting and running. Did the side opposite do that? And will they commit that if they are elected, that they will not cut and run and hide, as in the past with smoke and mirrors being their record? Mr. Speaker, real GDP growth as a result of our efforts was approximately 1.2% in 2019, despite the tremendous setback. Mr. Speaker, this brings us to the current budget and the basis for this debate today. We presented our 2020-2021 budget in an unprecedented time. We called it From Crisis to Opportunity. Mr. Speaker, again, to be clear, there's currently no requirement for a debate of the mid-year financial report. The Financial Administration and Audit Act simply requires that it is to be laid in the House. Hence, the debate being concluded was not on the report itself, but on the resolution to accept it. Mr. Speaker, in this context, the objectives of the widely praised 2020-2021 budget were to, 1, restore well-being and confidence to our citizens and residents, 2, restore economic stability to our weakened economy, and 3, plant seeds for accelerated recovery. The strategic objective outlined included the following: 1, enhancements to public health and safety, protecting the health and safety of Bahamians. 2, expanding social protection, providing adequate social support to vulnerable members of our community. 3, sustainable employment, maintaining government employment levels while containing the government wage bill. 4, strengthening the domestic economy, providing stimulus to stabilize various sectors. 5, accelerate government reforms and national resilience, advancing the digital program and legislative reforms to improve accountability and transparency. As I said during my budget contribution in June last year, these are not just theoretical ideas. They're not just aspirational. These priorities show exactly how we would invest public resources, and that is what we have done to the half-year mark. The 2020-2021 annual budget is historic, given the size of the planned deficit necessary to assess the demands created by the twin disasters of Dorian and COVID. But it is also a clear plan grounded in the reality of our circumstances, sensitive to the needs of our most vulnerable, guided by our priorities as a government, and designed to transform this crisis into an opportunity for our future prosperity. For the past 3 years, our objective has been to achieve sustainable economic growth over the medium and long term. A key component of our strategy has been fiscal consolidation, which is about taking public finance towards a balanced position over time through revenue enhancement and expenditure containment. While the economy was in growth mode, the government took the necessary steps to bring down the deficit and create a plan to contain our debt growth. We did this with great success, establishing a track record of deficit reduction and fiscal responsibility. We did this while taking unprecedented, unparalleled steps to invest first and foremost in Bahamians, ensuring that the Bahamians are prepared to maximize their participation in the transformed economy coming out of this pandemic. Our ministers have acquitted themselves quite well in the reports, and so there is no need for me to go into individual results by head, but to sum it up in our response to the twin crisis before us this budget year, including providing direct assistance through the Food and Unemployment Assistance Program. And the Minister of Social Services, as well as the Minister of National Insurance, would have outlined the significant assistance that this government provides. Supporting employee retention with tax credits and deferrals, directly to support the non-executive payroll expense of impacted medium and large businesses. Extending business continuity grants and loan support for small businesses. Increasing funding allocations to the public health sector to ensure its readiness for the detection, treatment, and mitigation of the virus. And expanding subventions to the utility companies to support the bill payment waivers offered to impacted persons. Mr. Speaker, we named the budget Resilient Bahamas, a plan for restoration. The member for Cat Island said he wanted a plan. Well, that's what we did. That's what we gave them in June of last year. Because we seek to achieve the following objectives: protect the well-being and engender the confidence of the citizens and residents of the Bahamas, maintain economic stability during the COVID-induced crisis, and 3, plant the seeds for accelerated recovery. In doing so, we will transform this crisis into an opportunity for our economy and national revival. From the reports given over the course of this debate by the minister, and most importantly, by honorable members of this parliament, this administration has lived up to its commitments outlined in the 2020-2021 budget to date, and I rest on that matter. Mr. Speaker, revenue targets are off by 38%. Turning to the fiscal results. Revenue targets are off by 38% at the half-year mark compared to the previous year at the same time, with only 38% of the annual budget revenue being collected up to the half-year point. This is a significant fall-off attributable to a much-delayed restart of the tourism industry and may translate to an increased deficit over that projected year if the economy does not start to pick up as expected. This is the reality of the pandemic that has negatively impacted all countries around the globe, but more significantly, small island states, critically dependent on tourism and leisure travel as the main economic drivers. The Ministry of Finance has reported an uptick in revenue collections since December. So we hope this trend will continue into the revenue-rich months of March and April, offsetting some of the early losses. I note, Mr. Speaker, don't give up. We're just getting started. Don't give up now. I note, Mr. Speaker, that the government has revised its provisional revenue estimate for the year from 1.8 billion to 1.7 billion, or down 6%. However, based upon current indications, This too will be a stretch and will require creativity and vigilance to correct. As a policy position in facing the revenue shortfall challenge, the government has also appeared to reduce its recurrent expenditure expectations by 18 million or 0.7%. Capital expenditures have also been reduced by 86 million or 17%. With these planned cuts, the provisional revised forecast is projected to maintain a planned deficit of $1.327 billion. But on the face of it, this is optimistic in my view, as GDP is projected to fall by 8%. And to the half-year mark, recurrent expenditure is 49% of the budget allocation for the year and 10% up compared to the same period of the previous year. Capital expenditure to the half year is 21% of the annual allocation and down 6% year on year at the halfway mark. But I suspect not sustainable based on what I heard from the Minister of Works. Mr. Speaker, in the final analysis, the current situation is no one's fault. And unfortunately, there's not much the government can do to fix it until the virus is under control. We see good signs for recovery ahead, but should brace for additional borrowing and further restraint in spending through the remainder of this year. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude my contribution, I want to express just a couple further points on some of the policy recommendations put forth by the official opposition in the last few days. And it's unfortunate that they're not here, but I hope they're listening. As has been said, this is the Baptist confusion. As has been said, this is silly season, and some of us just can't seem to help ourselves. Mr. Speaker, I've already addressed the dreams being sold regarding VAT. Unless the opposition wants to tell us how these two polar opposite objectives of lowering taxes and deficit and debt consolidation can happen in a reasonable and sustainable tandem in a short period of time, they're selling nothing but dreams. I remind them that GDP growth averages 1% historically over time in the Bahamas. And unless they can find that magic money tree, it will settle to that level once again, once we recover some of the productive ground lost as a result of COVID and Dorian. Banking on a $200 million jump in government revenue is fool's gold, or a 2% reduction on VAT, and goes against every possible empirical and common sense study. The size of the economy is just not big enough, unless, as I said, you intend to increase VAT 100% on items currently VAT-free. But they fancy themselves smarter than the average bear. So we'll see. Mortgage relief, Mr. Speaker. How many bites of the apple does the opposition expect the Bahamian people to afford them? In the two versions of the previous plan, the only people, the new PLP, the only people to benefit was them via write-offs at the Bank of the Bahamas and transfers to Resolve Bahamas Limited, relieving them of their obligations. As I recall, of all the applications for relief received, 7 people actually benefited. 7. 7 out of 100. Exuma, who's not here, knows full well, as a financial services professional in the insurance industry, that it is impossible for the government to interfere in the contractual relationship of a lender and a borrower. To do so would introduce unacceptable risk, resulting in a pullback in credit approval and high security requirements, putting credit out of the reach of the ordinary person and starving the economy of fuel even further. We're being through this, and the results are clear. Please, Bahamians, please, don't be swung again by that promise. Debt management, Mr. Speaker. The government will shortly debate the debt management bill and the establishment of the debt management unit at the Ministry of Finance. With the publication and the analysis of the debt and circumstances surrounding the composition and considerations undertaken in planning and deciding on the type, rate, and size of debt instruments, hopefully the sensationalism about the debt makeup will eventually go away and a more reasoned, enlightened, and transparent discussion of the risks, and considerations can be had in eliminating special interest considerations and attempts to extort the government through public pressure. I took note of the opposition's concern over the weight of foreign currency borrowings against domestic dollar borrowing. Let me assure the public that the Ministry of Finance does not take these matters lightly, but assesses them from a strategic risk position and recommends public solutions, policy solutions, to mitigate them as best as possible. In this latest instance, while foreign currency inflows from tourism are down, it was prudent to bolster our foreign reserves with US dollar debt, the primary currency we require to purchase the bulk of our food, durable goods, and infrastructure requirements. One could not wish to contemplate, as the opposition seems to suggest, that we borrow in Bahamian dollars, a non-tradable currency, when we know that our exposure is in US dollars. At the time, if things had really gone bad, and we had a combination of no or low US dollar earnings and an accelerated infrastructure replacement program in Abaco and Grand Bahama that would drive US dollar demand, or if oil prices had increased significantly, where would we be? Without that borrowing, an unacceptable risk. Mr. Speaker, then you would be talking about the IMF, about balance payments support. Mr. Speaker, governance is about prudent policy. And as this is not your typical private sector enterprise, which may be driven by a narrow profit goal, government has an obligation to a wider stakeholder group, many of whom depend on a stable environment and protection to thrive. Likewise, the leader of the opposition falsely attributed the pricing and current trading of our international bonds to investor concerns about our ability to continue to borrow and finance our foreign debt. He widely asserted that the market is pricing our debt with the expectation that the IMF will have to reschedule our debt going forward. Mr. Speaker, not only is the members' assertion extremely irresponsible, they're not based on reasonable facts readily available to him and his advisors. Mr. Speaker, our bonds are trading much better than they were months following the commencement of the pandemic. For example, the 2024 bonds have moved up from a low of 72 to almost par value, and all the other bonds are above face value, especially the recent issue. That's the ones he's been talking about. Mr. Speaker, the improvement is primarily due to general market news that the rollout of the vaccine which will support a recovery in tourism activity. So investor sentiments have improved contrary to the uninformed leader of the opposition statement. With respect to the higher interest rates accepted on the latest bond offering, these rates were a factor of successive credit downgrades and a sudden stop of tourism, our major foreign exchange earner. Investors therefore priced in the risk of these events. Mr. Speaker, the Central Bank of the Bahamas report continues historic levels of US dollar reserves. Yes, bolstered by the latest bond offering, the hedge against exactly what the leader of the opposition sees as a risk. In the current situation, the central bank, who currently manages our debt portfolio and has monetary tools available to it in the event of unforeseen currency crisis, reports that they see no immediate concern over the country's stability to service its debt or to attract new debt if that becomes necessary. So where does Cat Island get this idea that the IMF is coming to take over? Scare tactics, Mr. Speaker, and a determined intention to mislead the Bahamian people on the role of the IMF and how countries enter into such structured programs. Mr. Speaker, the Bahamas has held no discussions with the IMF with respect to restructuring its debt or balance of payment support. No discussion, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I think it's 5 years. Mr. Speaker, in fact, based upon their projections, we should see a gradual improvement in conditions next year and a better outturn in 2022. The key to stabilization is obviously a global vaccination program success. So again, I reiterate to the Bahamian people that our reserves are strong and expected to be adequate to meet our current demand for foreign currency and debt payments now and into the future. So knock it off, Cat Island, knock it off, Exuma, and show some patriotism. By the way, I wonder if they know what a basis point is. Mr. Speaker, minimum wage, a brilliant, feel-good promise, but once again, lacking in detail and study. I would only caution this common sense thought for the Bahamian people. If the cost of business operations goes up due to increased payroll costs, which also means increased pension and severance cost risk, what do you think will happen eventually? Prices will either go up to compensate, or cost will come down to offset. Either way, it is not good, as inflation gets you one way and the value of a dollar decreases or unemployment increases, getting you the other way, causing a fall off in economic activity and higher unemployment. In essence, the hamster wheel has to go that much faster just to maintain ground. Meanwhile, our regional competitors take more and more of our market share in our principal industry on price alone. A hell of a way to grow GDP. Mr. Speaker, in the words of Peter Gowdy, quoted on Tuesday's Tribune article by Neil Hartnell, I quote, he says, "I just think increasing the minimum wage right now would be economic suicide. We have gotten business shutting down almost every day, and they want to increase the minimum wage." Chester, meaning the member for Exuma, is supposed to be a very smart businessman. But sometimes you have to wonder. I'm reading the article. I didn't say that. I'm reading the article. And in support of my own personal views, he goes on to say, if, and I quote, "If you are going to increase my cost of doing business, and I'm struggling as it is, I'm just going to cut more. We have to survive somehow," end quote. Mr. Speaker, Robert Farquharson, chairman of the Tripartite Council, is quoted as saying, quote, I'm going to quote him right, absolutely. "While an increase will doubtless," I'm quoting him now. Listen, Golden Now, you want me to quote him, right? Listen, make sure I don't get it wrong. Make sure I don't get it wrong. I want you to hold me accountable. "While," I quote, "while any increase will doubtless be welcomed by minimum wage workers, its implementation in COVID-19 immediate aftermath represents a further burden for many businesses struggling to survive. It would act as a marginal increase in labor costs that could disincentivize firms from hiring, a move that would especially impact younger workers and even spark some layoff," end quote. Did I get that right? Okay, it's in the Tribune. Same paper, the Tribune. Let me remind the opposition. Let me remind you, the opposition.
Member Peace Grandbomber. Member Peace Grandbomber, you're adopting those.
Yes, sir. No, but I'm not necessarily adopting them. They are I'm quoting them.
You're referencing from a newspaper.
I'm referencing the quote, Mr. Speaker. I'm not adopting them. I'm representing what they said. All I'm doing is quoting what they said. Mr. Speaker, let me remind the opposition that youth unemployment was high. This ain't question and answer period. You could ask that later. Let me remind the opposition that youth unemployment was as high as 30%, even before COVID, before Dorian, and the long period to rebound now projected. Bernard Evans, Mr. Speaker, I ain't finished yet. I quote them. I only quote what they say. Bernard Evans, the president of the National Congress of Trade Unions, stated, and I quote, or was quoted, I should say, as saying, while welcoming the PLP pledge, commented, quote, that the Bahamas is in political silly season and a lot of promises are made, end quote. I think that last comment is probably most appropriate as we seek to get the Bahamas off the hamster wheel. As for the economic diversification plan, as Papa would have said, child, please. While there are elements of sustainability in what I read, and the minister responsible for mining, resource mining, has already addressed it, responsible adults really ought not to attempt to fool people into thinking that there's gold in their underwater seabed. It is a resource, it is mineable, and it has value, but it also has risk, and the two of them has to be taken into account. I leave it at that. Mr. Speaker, as I comment on the opposition so-called plan, I also call on my government to do better, and I go in back, so you all forgive me. Going back. We have talked about the ease of doing business through the Bahamas Investment Authority, or whatever it's called today, for over 4 years. Yet it still is the number one pain point in landing new investments, followed by a close second by the Ministry of the Environment, EIA Impact Study and Management Approval Process, and the Registrar General's Department, followed by Inland Revenue. Carnival recently complained about it, and others have likewise commented on the lack of urgency through these agencies. We must move forward aggressively with the reforms intended. We must move on the Natural Resources Initiative to capitalize on whatever there is. There's no sane reason to delay that any further. And I know that the committee appointed for review of natural resources is working. We must look at the yacht industry and see how we can further facilitate the traffic in the islands. It is sustainable and it's viable. And it is recession-proof. We must get over the hump with the aircraft, airspace, and aircraft registry, and the yacht registry. It's been coming for a long time. And with legislation to facilitate it. We must get the Arlequaya property deal completed and shoveled in the ground, or move on to the next deal so that our people can go back to work. We must get the Grand Bahama Airport sorted out and back to its full operation, including U.S. Custom and Border Protection status. This is critical to the redevelopment of Grand Bahama. The home porting initiative that was announced or talked about in the paper today is a wonderful development. I fully support it. I look forward to it. I hope if we could bring it across the line. The only caveat that I have is that it really should not have been in Nassau. That should have been in Grand Bahama. Because and, oh, we got more coming. That's beautiful, and I'm glad to hear it. Thank you very much. I'm glad to hear it. The minister for tourism and aviation says that the home porting initiative is not just unique to Nassau, but Grand Bahama and maybe even Abaco will be in the midst. Love it. Wonderful idea. It will drive the numbers insane. But I just concerned about Nassau's ability to handle it infrastructure-wise, given the already record numbers of tourism before COVID that Nassau was enjoying. Let's make sure that we do not dilute what we have, trying to grab more. Instead, spread the love. We must act and stop talking about Crown land as if it is some kind of panacea. Worthy Bahamians are still waiting for their Crown grant for residential construction or commercial enterprise. While the grass grows and we try to perfect the policy and the process, the cows are becoming more and more frustrated, and some are dying. We must be able to chew gum and walk. And as such, grants empowers persons creates wealth and spurs opportunity. Let's get on with it. Accept that we will make some mistakes, but let's get on with it. Financial inclusion is a serious problem and a risk in a period when brick and mortar banks are reducing locations and consolidating services. Long Island spoke about this. The central bank Stand Dollar project is an excellent and feasible alternative to handling cash in these districts. And together with private sector money transfer businesses is the future. I encourage government to embrace it, to be an early adopter of it, especially in the underserved Family Islands, creating a cashless environment with helping to spur this cutting-edge development throughout the Bahamas through education and support. We must get serious about tax reform for more reasons than one. To continue sticking our heads in the sand as if the oncoming storm is just another hurricane is to ignore the warning signs and face another blow of the magnitude of this pandemic. We cannot wait to act after the EU or the OECD or the G20 or the Gang of Eight or any other body hits us over the head before we act. It's too late then. And we have, once again, ceded the upper hand. I encourage the government to be proactive in the face of the likelihood of a global mandate for a minimum corporate income tax and to complete the tax study to determine the best model for the Bahamas. We've done the first thing. We now need to complete it so that we are ready in the event and when we see clearer signs of what the intentions are. The time to act is now, while we can determine our own fate and have the time to do so. We must work to draft an insolvency act, as current laws covering liquidations and receivership are inadequate and antiquated. As we can expect more pressure and fallout as a result of COVID, this is an urgent matter and tool necessary to allow entities to restructure their debts and hopefully gain an opportunity to rebound. We must develop our incentive regime to encourage the uptake of private and commercial property insurance. It is irresponsible for property owners not to engage coverage and to look to the government to help rebuild, a burden on the government and an unacceptable risk to the taxpayers. I recommend a scheme to grant real property tax credits for individuals that obtain insurance coverage and tax penalties for those who do not, to help build the disaster recovery fund needed to provide assistance in the event of a catastrophic event. Insurers should be encouraged to develop a specific low-cost insurance product so as to make the access to coverage affordable. For instance, a policy may cover just roof, windows, and doors so that people can get back into their properties after an event as they work on completing the interior fixtures and walls. Because too many people have a structure, the basic walls are there, but they can't afford to put the roof on or the windows or the doors to dry it in so that they can have some place to live. And instead of paying rent somewhere and using the money that social services gives them to pay rent, they can use that money to finish the interior. Consider expanding local government real property tax collection partnerships to include retention of a percentage of all such tax collected. This was piloted in Hopetown district. It worked well. Some hiccups, but it worked well. And I encourage us to expand it throughout the local government system. The amount collected can be offset against normal subventions, but the overall collections may benefit from local knowledge and aggressive local follow-up. Engage local communities to utilize abandoned and unrealized government properties around the country, or establish a real estate trust to manage and repair such facilities for commercial offer. Consider a progressive real property tax rate above a certain threshold. Be deliberate and serious about state-owned enterprises reform and make the hard call. Delay discretionary projects and do not have a specific mandate to create employment or provide an economic return. Mr. Speaker, there are probably 100 additional ideas to generate revenue or reduce expenses And I encourage the government to be open and to facilitate their serious consideration. Mr. Speaker, this work is not something to be spun off on another committee, but for the government to roll up its sleeves, engage the public service, and flesh out ideas with stakeholders who generally have a different motive than government. Mr. Speaker, I only got a couple pages more. Mr. Speaker, as I now prepare to take my seat.
This is the next. This the Baptist. This the Baptist.
This the Baptist real.
The Baptist or the Anglican.
We're coming to the end.
The Baptist conclusion. Or?
We're coming to the end now. Mr. Speaker, as I now prepare to take my
So them telling speeches.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank the many public servants and contracted staff of the Ministry of Finance, its associated agencies and departments that I've had the honor and privilege to work with over the last 3.5 years. I cannot name them, but at the risk of missing out some critical people, but I've gained new respect for these hardworking and extremely intelligent professionals up and down the chain. I'm sure the new minister will likewise come to respect and appreciate the tremendous talent residing in that ministry. And I pray that he, or eventually she, will sustain, nurture, and support it. Mr. Speaker, they made me look good. And I am extremely proud and grateful for their support. Mr. Speaker, serving the good people of East Grand Bahama has been one of the greatest privileges of my life. The relationships formed have nurtured me and my family over the last 9 years, and I will remain forever indebted to the good and fine people of this constituency for the trust and opportunity and the support they have placed in me. Mr. Speaker, since November of last year, and so many unfortunate things happened, the outpouring of love and support from East Grand Bahama and Grand Bahama in particular, the people who know me, know my character, has been unbelievable. God knows, I love them. They loved me at my lowest moment, Mr. Speaker, my most unexpected moment. They lifted me, and I'm able to stand here for what, 4 hours? I'm able to stand there for 4 hours and represent them. Mr. Speaker, they some good people. I know what the rest of the Bahamas like to know. But them, they some special people. From Paul Road in the west, Sweden Ski in the east, they some, and Waterkey in the north. They are some wonderful, wonderful people. And I pray, Mr. Speaker, that the things that I have done to assist, the representation that I've given them, has helped to grow that constituency and the people, most important, that reside there. I pray, Mr. Speaker, that my successor will come to love them as I love them, to see them not as just constituents, but as family, as people. I hope and pray that his representation will be as personal as I tried to make mine. I hope and pray that he will have more success than I had. That he'll be able to accomplish some of the things that I could not accomplish for whatever reason. I hope, Mr. Speaker, and I want them to know that I may be moving off the front soon, but I will still be here for them as I did before I got into this business. People who know that I love service. That's what I did. And so I will go back to doing what I did. And from a even more personal perspective. I look forward to it. Mr. Speaker, it is widely known that I have decided not to offer as a candidate in the upcoming general election. This decision is based solely on my commitment to bolstering and supporting the free national movement as it continues to work. The work started in rebuilding our country, ensuring growth and development to future generations. The free national movement with its transformative agenda is still the best conduit for the advancement of our people. I'll say it one more time. The free national movement with its transformative agenda is still the best conduit for the advancement of our people. And I am proud, Mr. Speaker, of the work we have done in this term. Could we have done things differently? Of course we could. But on balance, Mr. Speaker, with the challenges before us, was it Matthew, Irma, Joaquin, Dorian,
And the PLP.
PLP, COVID. I believe we've passed the test, Mr. Speaker, on balance, and deserve to be re-elected to really bring home our articulated agenda. I can tell you all that I always felt that I got the support that I need. I can tell you that. I can tell you that at some point I didn't feel appreciated. But that's the way that goes. That's the way it goes. I wish to thank my campaign team and all those who have supported me so undeservedly over my term as your representative. I hope that I've made you proud, that I've done the work you sent me here to do, and I've represented your interests fairly and honestly. Unfortunately, I cannot call the names of all those who have been involved in my inner circle, my outer circle, and in the community at large. If I start to call them names, I can get in trouble. So I'm not brave enough to do that. But they know who they are. And I know who they are. They know I love them. And they know that I am eternally grateful to them. You know, in your envy. So, no, I was gonna make a comparison of something, but I think I'll leave that. Sometimes profit is not accepted at home. That's what you said earlier? Sometimes a profit is not accepted at home. I sat here from Monday of last week, and I sat there quietly. After minister after Member after member stood to their feet in an ovation. I ain't seen no ovation for me.
Moving on, yeah.
Listen. But I tell you how I feel. Forgive me. Forgive me. Forgive me. Forgive me. That's a moment. That's a moment of emotion. Forgive me. Forgive me. Forgive me. But to my beloved Bahamian public. To my loved Bahamian public. Do not be deceived in this political season. We have no time for silly spin and grin politics. We need sound judgments, disciplined programs, and the capacity to execute them. I commend the leader of the opposition for his plea to social media giant Facebook to cancel so-called fake accounts and people who are prepared to say all manner of things sitting behind a computer screen. People who don't even reside in the Bahamas, paid for by people in the Bahamas who want to lead us. And some people who ain't even citizens. I hope that the leader of the opposition is successful in his plea. But I want to urge him to go further and point out for his party's own sake those fake accounts and trolls that they have unleashed on an unsuspecting public. Take the log out of your own eye before you try to take it out of somebody else's. All that he said in his letter is about fairness in our democracy. I support that, Mr. Speaker. I've been the victim of relentless attacks over the last 2 months and called all manner of things. No, I didn't get called a child of God. They called me child of Lucifer. I have reported matters considered criminal libel and defamation to the police. And it continues to go on. I've come to accept, but also know that my day of receiving justice will come. In the meantime, if the leader of opposition is serious about his requests of Facebook, I call on him to demonstrate his contrition. Come clean with his own paid attack hound. And let us devise and draft a new series of defamation laws that encompasses all forms of social media, electronic and print media. When we sign up for this business, we didn't sign up to be abused. We didn't sign up for our families, innocent people, nothing to do with this. To be abused? That's uncivilized. Bahamians, it's uncivilized. Those of us who receive these things and grin and laugh and poke fun and cheer them, you know, we're only one step worse than the person who posted it. It is barbaric politics. It's the worst kind of politics. And as we get into this season, when things will invariably heat up, because the stakes are high, the ambitions are high, we must address this matter. I used to say to the former Prime Minister, Mr. Christie, when things would get hot in here, I would say to him, Prime Minister, I beg you, I plead, to please speak to your minister Because the statements that they're making, the comments that they're making, put all of us at risk. You see, because while you may be thinking you jesting and you just having fun, people out there, supporters, believe that they must come to the defense of their member of parliament or their leader. Everybody does it. You do it too. But everybody does it. And Mr. Speaker, in this day and age, when violence is so prevalent, the ability to reason seems to be a little bit challenged. Man, listen, let's not wait for somebody to get hurt. For God's sake, we are leaders. We're supposed to be leaders. We're supposed to show the way. We ought to be able to have intelligent debate. We ought to be able to have intelligent debate. I've been saying it. I told you. I spoke when I was in the opposition. And I know the risk that was attractive to me. Mr. Speaker, again, Mr. Speaker, see again, that's what I'm talking about right there. Mr. Speaker, if we want to attract the best and brightest to this business of governance, especially women, and I shouldn't say that because that may give the impression of some kind of bias or some kind of view. But something must be done, and done fast, before something or someone gets hurt in the process. Mr. Speaker, the real speaker, Mr. Speaker,
I was helping you all day, you know? East Grand Bahama.
Substantive. My apologies, Mr. Speaker. The substantive.
Yeah, you withdraw that, eh?
Okay, I withdraw that.
Yeah.
The substantive speaker has talked about the need to amend and edit the rules of this House. Mr. Speaker, irrespective of what he may have in mind, I think it is even more so important and urgent around this issue that I'm talking about today. So, Mr. Speaker, with all that said, I want to again apologize to my colleagues for keeping you this late. As I said, this will probably be my last opportunity to have this kind of time to express myself, to give an account of my stewardship upon being appointed to high office. And I wanted to make sure that I lay that out for the record and to let the people know that I have taken my responsibility to them and to the government seriously, that I've tried to maintain my integrity. I've tried to maintain the transparency and accountability that the position demands, and I've tried to move this democracy forward, progressing. Mr. Speaker, with those words, I thank my wonderful constituents for the opportunity to serve, and I recommend the midterm budget performance report for acceptance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now I feel better.
Thank you, Honorable Member for East Grand Bahama. Honorable members. Honorable members, I know, yes, they're exuberant and excited. Honorable members, when we started this debate, initially, the mover had moved a motion to proceed at second reading with respect to a number of bills. Number 171 on the action sheet and 172. That motion was later withdrawn, and the motion before the House this evening is the resolution to adopt the midterm budget report and the fiscal strategy report. The fiscal strategy report, which was tabled on the 16th of December 2020, and the midterm budget report, which was tabled on the 24th of February 2021. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the resolution to adopt the fiscal strategy report and the midterm budget report of 2021 has been moved and seconded. As many members who are in favor of adoption will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The midterm budget report and the fiscal strategy report are hereby adopted. Further resolutions. Member statements. The chair recognizes the honorable member for South Beach.
Mr. Speaker, please permit me just to clarify something that arose out of the presentation by the member for East Grand Bahama with regard to tuition at the University of the Bahamas. And I may also throw in here the Bahamas Technical Vocational Institute for the benefit of the honorable member for Pine Ridge. All Bahamian qualified full-time students pay no tuition at either the University of the Bahamas or the Bahamas Technical Vocational Institute. This means that all such students save between $5,000 and $6,000 per year, which all such students had previously paid before 2018 when this free national movement government instituted such an amenity.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Centerville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to take this opportunity to encourage the constituents of Centerville, and I appreciate them very much for having this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, a few days ago, I think the member for Freetown had indicated that he would forward the airport authorities audited financial statements, which were supposed to be laid or should have been laid on the House. It is my understanding that the last time we saw one of those reports was 2015, and having understand that the $150 or so million going through the PPP for the airport would be under this authority, I think it's important for us to see some financial statements. Mr. Speaker, also, I just wanted to, I noted that the bill for an act to repeal the Ocean Industries Incorporated Aragonite Mining Encouragement Act of 1971 is still at first reading. And I just wanted to know, I don't, if it's, I guess, the member for Pine Ridge, when will we be taking that into a second reading and debate or committal, if that could be answered. And finally, I just want to encourage the family of,
Honorable member,
sorry,
that has been sent on to the Natural Resources Committee.
right, but now I understand that, right? But it's still on our agenda in our first reading, which means that, Mr. Speaker, I'm asking whether it's in the committee or not. A member brought it to the House. We got first reading. I want to know, and I'm asking through you to the member, if there's any time frame for second reading and committal. I don't see what
The simple
that's
answer
simple.
to that, honorable member, is that until the committee reports on whether or not they will
No, that
recommend.
isn't. I'm not the chairman of that committee. That's the committee.
Honorable member, I'm trying to give you your answer,
Yeah, but don't tell me your committee.
and you're not listening.
Sorry. Go on, Mr. Speaker.
I'm saying that until the committee reports, the matter stays in committee, it stays at first reading. Then on the recommendation of the committee, the House will determine whether or not to proceed with a second reading.
Thank you
Or
very much.
whether to withdraw the matter from the agenda.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And finally, well, I guess I would mention that question and notices, the last question I had, but I also wanted to encourage the family of the young lady that was missing for a few days, and she would have been found today, Mr. Beach. So just wanted to encourage them. I'm very familiar with the family, so I wanted to encourage them in their endeavors and pray for them, and wish them the very best. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Fox Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's been a long night, and I have received probably about 4 calls. There is a special person in my constituency who is celebrating her birthday tonight. And she tells me that Stewart Street looks like Foxhill Day. And so I hope she will excuse my absence as the member for East Grand Bahama has had so many important things to say to us tonight that we had to be here. So enjoy your birthday, Claudine White.
Thank you, honorable member. There being no further member statements, appointments of select committees. Instructions to select committees. Discharge of select committees. Notices for future meetings. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Centerville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Centerville would like to renew all of the notices in the booklet or in the agenda or the notices. Notice of motion. We'd like to renew all notices in our name, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable member. Whose name is that? Is that the name of the independents?
Pardon?
Is that in the name of the independents?
Mr. Speaker, in the name of Centerville. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Iron.
Yes, I'd like to renew all notices in the name of the opposition.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Southern Shores.
Mr. Speaker, before I renew notices on behalf of the government, I'd just like your indulgence. Mr. Speaker, it has been brought to my attention that there is a voice note circulating, a vicious voice note suggesting that there is a run on food stores because food stores are going to close because persons are taking the vaccine. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to make it clear that the government, through the Minister of Health and the Prime Minister, would have made it clear that the vaccines will be voluntary. No one will be compelled to take a vaccine while persons are being encouraged. So there is no repercussion for any individual who chooses not to, even though it is being advised. Secondly, there is no decision, no discussion, no intention to change any food store hours for any reason related to any vaccine. So I want persons out there to be advised to get their information from reliable official sources. I want reckless individuals who are doing this to be aware that there are consequences for their actions. I see the Minister of National Security is not here, but I'm sure he's hearing this somewhere, and those agencies connected to him will do their jobs. Mr. Speaker, that said, I want to say a happy birthday to my only granddaughter who is celebrating her first year on this earth. Happy birthday, Jayla. With that, I renew all notices on behalf of the government, and I give notice that the House will meet again on Monday, the 15th of March, 10 a.m. 2020, and at that time, 2021, sorry, and at that time, so persons don't say they don't know what is going to be discussed, we will be debating these that were laid: the Public Procurement Bill 2020, the Statistics Bill 2021, the Public Debt Management Bill 2021, and the Public Finance Management Bill 2021. I move that the House adjourns until Monday, 15th of March at 10 a.m. 2021.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the House adjourns to Monday, the 15th of March at 10 a.m. 2021. As many members that are in favor will remain seated, those who oppose will stand. Final adjournment.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the business of the House adjourn until Monday, 15th March, 10 a.m. 2021.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, those bills referred to, they are on the action sheet. Number 170, 171, 173, 172 rather, 173. Honorable members. Pardon? And bill, sorry, and bill number 132. That's 132, 171, 172, and 173. 17. I don't want the 170 is not on this list.
You're right.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that this House adjourns to 10 a.m. Monday, the 15th of March, 2021. Many members that are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The House stands adjourned to 10 a.m. Monday, the 15th of March, 2021.